gonna hit the button.
All right. The button turned blue. That means I hit it.
I'm gonna do it.
Wait, blue?
Yeah, in
Blue?
OBS.
Oh, it's green.
It turned. I don't
I
know
would assume it was red. I
turned-
don't ever heard anybody button buttons that aren't red.
Do I need to defend my position of the button turning blue when you click it?
Yes.
I haven't opened it.
I'm just not going to. I'm just not going to do that. You can take my word for it or call me a liar. We're just going to go forward either way. The button is blue.
This is
This
a weird conversation
with a button next to it. Is it purple?
This is a weird conversation where Brickroad finds out he's like some kind of specific colorblind.
Oh, that would be very strange.
I mean, my roommate who's colorblind is an artist, so I would literally get called into his room like twice a week. Can you point to blue on this swatch for me? On his Photoshop.
We
I
do a
don't
lot
think
of
you're colorblind.
we do a lot of science experiments that involve color and solutions and like colorimetry, and I have had students learn that like they are colorblind in my class, and it is kind of it's awkward is one word to say for it.
That's insane.
You just
Yeah.
point to the door and scowl at them and say,
This
"Get out."
this is why art classes should be mandatory in elementary school.
It was in ours. We had art class every 2 weeks.
I know. And that was the last time I had an art class before college. I enjoyed art class.
Oh, you know what? Thinking back, I think I only had one mandatory art class in high school. It was in 9th grade.
I only had it in middle school. I don't even remember having art in high school. Oh, but I took graphic design. I don't remember if that was an elective or not.
My fine arts was taken up in theater.
I took photography.
Was it theater or was it theater?
It was tech theater.
Yeah, okay.
I ran spotlights and soundboards and built sets. Hey, speaking of which, that's kind of Hugo's wheelhouse.
What color were the light? What color were the buttons on the soundboards?
Very
Fuck, I don't
important.
remember. Bro, that was like 20 years ago.
Nobody can remember anything that happened 20 years ago. For all intents and purposes, 20 years ago did not exist and has never existed.
Wait,
It was more like 20
years over 20 years.
It was,
Oh yeah,
it
well,
was more
way over
like
20 years.
more like 25 years now. So fuck, thanks for making me feel old.
We didn't make you feel old. You got old. Don't blame us for the march
Doesn't
of
mean
time.
he felt old.
Just like you not to take responsibility.
The first
Brickroad.
time, the
Jeez.
first event that made me feel old in my life is when I fell in the shower for no reason.
Oh no!
Oh, I've done that.
You pull down the shower curtain, and there's a moment where you're like, well, that's it. It's all over.
This is how I'm going out.
Yeah, no, I did that once, and my
That's how it ends.
my partner at the time came home afterward, and I was trying really hard to hide where like I had landed because I bruised the fuck out of my leg.
Yeah.
And he's like, "What happened to you?" And I'm like, "I fell in the shower. I feel really old. I need a hug." And it was like one of the few moments that him and I had that were like very positive.
If there's a reason for your fall, right? Like if you, like there's like, you squirt shampoo and it like makes it you slip or something like that. If there's an identifiable reason, you're fine. You're not old yet. But
Yeah.
if there's no reason, if you just go down like a sack of bricks.
I mean, I still
Terrifying.
it still felt like I was 72, even though it was soap. I dropped soap on the floor and I slipped on it.
Right.
Don't drop the soap res.
Well, it was liquid soap. It fell off my hand, and then I stepped in it, and I had no traction. Like, that does remind me though. The bathtub that I went to that in Vegas, and we stayed in like a VIP room, which was really nice. But the bathtub, I call the death bathtub because I stood in the middle of it, and my arms outstretched, and I could not touch a wall or the curtain. That's how wide it was. It was formerly a jacuzzi, but they ripped out all the jacuzzis because they were too loud. So it was the widest bathtub, and it had no traction on the floor, and I was like, "This is where I die."
It's all over.
Like if I'm not very careful and deliberate with my movements, like this could be the end of me. All alone in a bathroom in Vegas. Like I feel like this is how movies wind down. But like, no, it would. I call it the death bathtub. It was the worst bathtub I've ever been in.
The bathtub that
Well,
eats
not-
people.
Not because it was luxury, but because it was completely unsafe.
I'm just picturing like Raz getting in the bathtub, like hopeful, slipping, falling, cracking his head, and then there's like a slow pan and sad music, and then just a fade to black and credits roll.
No, see, I'm picturing. See, the scene. I think we're picturing the same scene, just with different audio engineering. Because I'm picturing like a cartoon banana peel sound effect, then a laugh track, and then the Seinfeld riff.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And then like for good measure, you could add the happy anime music pop from Final Fantasy 13 too.
Just you
I
just
would say
see Raz drop down below the camera, and then boop doop boop boop boop.
I would have chosen personally, like when you die in Kid Icarus, that sound effect, and then the "I'm finished." Like that's how I would die.
Ba-da-ba-da-da-da, bump.
You don't get to choose your own like death sound effect, Raz. That gets chosen for
I'm allowed
you.
to pitch. I'm allowed to pitch ideas and influence the outcome. It's my death.
No, that's a beautiful thing. You're dead. You have no choice.
I'm aware of that part.
And all that audio has to be done in post. You're already gone.
Yeah.
Post-mortem.
Like it's for the living.
Unless you're talking about like some ARG technology where the camera adds it all on the fly.
I'm adding it to my living will right now. My lawyer will make sure to execute my desires.
At my funeral, play a Seinfeld riff.
Yeah. Like as they close the casket.
Yes.
Maximum slap bath.
Yeah. Directed by
Smash,
Larry Bird.
smash cut to executive producer Dick Wolf.
Oh God. I wonder if no, that's no, two more would even say out loud.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
I've
Do-do-do-do-do.
We had a heartwarming moment yesterday. My friend is running a game called Darkest House, which is about a haunted house, and there's like escape room stuff going on. And last night, at the end of the session, we met an NPC, and NPC handed us a note. There's a lot of notes in this house. And at the end of the session,
Right.
she's like, yeah, this note is from like much earlier in the game, but like you guys broke the game and didn't find the note in the room. And then I didn't know what to do. So I just had to give it to this NPC. So she's like, and then she's like, I don't, because she's still new to running. It's only the second or third game she's run. And she's like, how do I, I'm trying to prevent that from happening again. Like, I don't like having to go in and fix something like that. And just tell her, like, that's just what DMing is.
That's the game, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what you signed up for. What do you expect?
You did that correct. Well, she thought she had done something wrong because we didn't find the note the first time. And then she had to change where it was so we would find it at some point. And I'm like, yeah, that's just how it goes. And then we both agreed that these games would be a lot smoother without players.
Again, that's just writing a book.
I mean, AI might actually be getting there.
What, writing a book or being a player?
Being your players.
So I don't know if you saw this, but a few weeks ago, somebody on Discord posted like all the big AI chatbots and set up a game of Mafia and
Right.
had all the AI chatbots play against each other, and it was hysterical to read. It was absolutely hysterical. Because sometimes I'm like, yeah, you know what? The technology's get like there. The technology's getting there. Like we're very close. And then I read something like that, and I'm like, we're still still a ways off.
No, it's not. I mean, yeah. But then I think about some of the stupid things players have done in my life.
True.
I just think of the line from Axiom Verge 2, and where Indra says, "And we were afraid of AI."
There's a moment where like this AI, I forget which chat bot it was, if it was Chat GPT or Grok, or I don't know the difference between a lot of them, but it's like, well, you know, as a member of the Mafia, I'm supposed to keep my identity a secret. And I'm like, yeah, you are, buddy. Well done.
Good job. Way to go. Congratulations. Nailed it.
Were they able to actually administer the rules at all?
As far as I can
Did they
tell,
actually have binding votes?
as far as I can tell, yes, but it was fun. Because if you watch, the other fun thing is there's a lot of chess channels that will play chess against not like chess bots, like
Yeah.
but they'll play against chat bots like ChatGPT, and they'll just make up rules. It's so, and they just roll with it. We're like, well, I thought I was in a good position here, but I didn't know he could teleport behind my queen and threaten my queen from behind. That was a brilliant move. I didn't see it at all. Stockfish didn't see it either.
Wow, that's impressive. That's kind of fucked up, actually.
And then they still win in the end. Like, it doesn't matter.
The board is connected through the background. You
Right.
threaten your king from the start, but nobody
Yeah.
thinks to do that.
Who has a 100-word summary of any of the trouble you got into in our last session, which I realize is 2 weeks ago, and we're all old men who slip in the shower, but...
We graduated year 1.
You
Hooray.
did.
Yeah, we did.
With
We signed up
flying
for classes
colors.
for year 2.
Oh, we had the play. That's what we did.
Mhm.
We
Yeah,
did
the play was atrocious. No, actually, no, it wasn't atrocious. It was fine.
It was pretty
I thought,
atrocious.
I thought it went really well.
It was exactly as much of a disaster as it needed to be.
It wasn't a disaster. It was quite good.
You guys were in the green by 61 points.
Yeah. I have a note that says Yvette Antlers, and I don't remember what that means.
61 out of 100 nobles were impressed.
Right. Exactly.
Actually, it was like 61 out of 250, so.
No, that score was impossible to achieve.
I consider 250 to be like the shoot the moon if everybody aces every roll.
Yeah.
No, that would have been like if everybody rolled a 20 on every roll.
Exactly. That would have
That's
gotten
not
you 250.
It's not shooting the moon. That's something is broken with Tabletop Simulator, and it's spitting out only 20s. Cash in now.
Physics has ended, and it's now only 20s.
D&D is not physics, so it's fine.
If physics was so good, why didn't we get physics 2.0 at any point?
Well, D&D is physics now. Geppa and Genevieve signed up for
But
that.
Tabletop Simulator is not physics either. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Oh no, Tabletop
Yeah.
Simulator is like its own bizarre mishmash of fun.
It is a crime.
I-
Beautiful, wonderful crime.
The physics in Tabletop Simulator. You know that scene in The Simpsons where he's like, "Oh, why are my bones so brittle? I always drink milk."
Milk.
I wouldn't have it any other way, and I don't think I will ever be swayed to use another virtual tabletop. Some of them, they're so feature rich, and like if you watch somebody using it, you're like, oh, that looks really cool with dynamic lighting and all the math and stuff is done in like all that's taken care. But like when I'm running a game, I don't want any of that. I want the
Right.
I'm
simplest.
kind of the same way.
What they're not showing you is setting all that shit up, which I've done, and it's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean,
You basically have to program the website every time.
I was
I was
asked,
hoping I could get it to do it, but
who is Yvette Antlers? So the 5 of you received your first year charges. Part of your second year at Strixhaven is to kind of offer like a big buddy program to a first year student who has arrived, and each of you made a selection. So Léopold selected Allie. The two things about Allie are there is something notably but indescribably strange about her. She's clearly human, but there's a vibe sometimes.
She's a witch.
She's a witch, burn her. But she's also like, the most spoiled brat possible. Her daddy thinks she's perfect, and she's going to be running the first years in Darkwood College, probably. Geppa selected Rafa the rat boy, the only non-human among them. He's a rat folk, and he's extremely quiet, shy, and self-conscious. Genevieve selected Thenance Kinwade, the Aethar in training, who is, I'm going to say annoyingly pious.
I don't know if that's possible with Genevieve. Well, maybe.
His motto is, "What would Ekon do?"
Genevieve does seem a little kind of impossible to annoy because I did design encounters with Tempest specifically to annoy and frustrate the player, and Genevieve was unflappable. The idea that anybody would be like, I'm excited to mend this 3,000th teapot was not thinkable to me. Alister chose Yvette Antlers, a Lostarian who specializes in ice elemental magic. So she's like a Viking princess, kind of. And then Hugo has selected Elegant Sumai, the wealthy noble from across the sea.
Yep.
Whose flaw is imperfections are devastating. Hugo, are you perfect?
No.
Then you are devastating.
Hell yeah. Have you seen me with a great axe?
Oh man, she's surrounded by devastation.
Yeah, Lord Roundhouse kick.
This devastation was not my intention.
I said devastation, not defecation. That was a poop joke.
I would expect Chris to get that one too, but never mind.
Tough crowd, man. All right.
Destil got it. Thank you, guys.
I mean, I used to, actually do the roulette. I got that one twice a week.
And as far as new classes, you guys, I have your class schedules here. So first of all, Alister has decided to break away from the Play Actors Drama Guild and form a second competing drama guild with Rubina called the Distinguished Society of Fine Artists.
No, it's the Franciscan Actors Guild. The Distinguished Society is the art guild that's in the...
I feel like Alister has to... I feel like Alister has to explain that to a lot of people over the course of his life.
Chris.
Yeah.
Chris.
What? We went over this.
No, he's right.
No,
It's the Ferniscan Actors Guild is separate from the Distinguished Society of Fine Artists, who he was already... I imagine that's just like a club that like sits in a dimly lit room
painters.
with brandy snifters, talking about paintings and...
Yeah, it's that club's in the strict statement book.
Read your acronyms, please.
Oh, okay, we can change that.
Hold on. Say it one more time. I missed that. Please.
Anyway.
Oh no, Treble! I want to hear it too.
We will change that. We'll work on changing that.
No. Oh, I can just go back and hear the VOD, I guess.
You people. Dirty, dirty minds, all of you. Very disappointed.
Sorry. We do not approve of slurs in this table, but we do occasionally find them hilarious.
Oh, well, now I know what it is. Great.
Sorry.
The five
Sorry
of
to
you.
ruin everything.
I think you have a perfect track record. I think you've ruined every week since you started playing in 2015.
I'm really good.
We got to get you a trophy or something.
Yeah, give you a trophy. We'll get it to me in Minneapolis. It'll be great. We'll have a whole presentation ceremony and everything.
The five of you decided to take a class together called Small Unit Tactics.
Yeah.
The instructor of which is Rex Armada, whom Hugo is working on a bromance with. Not Hugo. Yeah, Hugo.
Yeah.
What other so I actually do have to sit down and work with these class titles you gave me. Léopold has decided to take hand fighting demonstration and hand fighting technical system theory.
Listen, I woke up and I've just decided to give you grief.
Mm-hmm. No, I know
Also,
why. I know why you did it.
No, those are real classes that I found on Google in a real class catalog.
Mm-hmm.
We think that's an accredited university.
That college is not accredited. It is
Yeah.
a Christian university, I believe.
Well, it's accredited. It's just a private university.
I do
Google,
recall. My recollection is I asked you to tell the difference between the two things, and you said these are real classes from an accredited university, as though that were an answer to the question I had asked.
Listen,
Yeah,
you're the
You get
DM.
over to send you the syllabi.
I like that Genevieve is taking intermediate and advanced armoring. Like, that's one class.
I mean, sometimes you just don't have enough people to fill intermediate.
Hugo's taking that too.
Yeah. Oh, I need an instructor for that class. I didn't fill it in.
I haven't filled in any instructors yet. We'll see if we need them or not as we go forward.
Okay.
And much to everybody's chagrin, you are still housemates this year with everybody's favorite Dahlia, who is beginning her 3rd year.
Mm-hmm.
The Dahlia's Dahlia that has ever Dahlia'd.
She is pretty Dahlia, that's for sure. Well,
Like,
she's not
the
responsible for any of you anymore.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe with
She
her
wasn't-
not being responsible for anybody. Yeah, arguably, yeah, she wasn't responsible for anybody anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, she just wasn't responsible.
So, like, on the first day of the new, like, before classes, Hugo hands everybody, like, index cards. Not Hugo. Leo hands everybody index cards and tells you all that he has given everybody a performance review on their performance as a like a roommate, is like a housemate for the last year, and just so that we could all just be better next year.
This sounds like it could only end well.
We're
Yeah.
being graded by
Yeah.
you.
So- Yeah. Who wants
Who
me to
said
read
that?
theirs first?
Oh,
Me.
are we grading each other?
Me.
I'll go first.
Uh,
I was roleplay
All right.
dramatic music.
all right, Alister, 9 out of 10. Thank you for always hyping me up when I was unsure of myself. Also, the piano music is very soothing to punch my log to. Please stop giving away our towels. I don't know where you're taking them, but please stop.
Delilah keeps asking for him. I'm sorry.
Genevieve looks around like concernedly at how specific your grading is.
You mean
I'll
X?
No, I'll save you for last.
Oh, okay. I nudged Hugo.
I'll
This
go.
is gonna be good.
I mean,
I'll
you
go
could.
next.
Everybody's okay. I'll do. Hugo, 8 out of 10. Thank you for helping me replace my punching log that one time. Please stop leaving your axe in the walkway. Dahlia trips on it every single time and ends up waking up the whole dorm with curses and tiger roars.
I guess I'll start leaning it up against the wall in my room then.
Yeah.
All right,
Genevieve,
go ahead.
Genevieve, 6 out of 10. Thank you for explaining the thermodynamics of prestidigitation versus firebolt versus create bonfire. Even though I didn't ask you to, I learned a lot about magical metaphysics that day. Please turn the tiger off, and please tell Boswick to stop watching me while I sleep.
No, I don't think I will, she says.
That'll go on to this year's performance review.
Oh, okay. Oh, can I see that? Can I see that card, by the way?
I mean, yeah.
She,
Dahlia.
she tears up the 6 and then spins it around, mends it back in place, and it is now a 9. There, improvement.
Would it like magically turn around back away?
I'll allow it.
But
I
anyway,
don't
Dahlia, 7 out of 10. Thank you for helping me work on the fire punching thing. Please stop leaving food in the bathroom. It's not a sanitary place to eat food, and we all know that you're doing it.
She insists that there is no dormitory policy against taking food in the bathroom.
Except it's
Because there's no dormitory
gross.
policy to allow food in here in the first place.
I have to carbo load while I shower.
No, you could wait 5 minutes.
The return of the shower burrito.
She's
Geppa,
very
10 out of
annoyed by
10, all-
hers.
Geppa, 10 out of 10. All around exceedingly excellent cohabitation. No notes. There's a gold star in the corner of your note of your card.
I proudly hang it up on the outside of my door.
like it's an
I will now open
inspection
up-
score.
Remember, Geppa is always casting prestidigitation after you dirty motherfuckers.
Well, after that thrilling rating, I guess I also have something to share. It's from my dad, and it says, and she's holding a letter. Please read this letter aloud before your friends. Don't open it until they're with you. Oh, I haven't read it yet. She
I didn't realize
pauses.
you were such a daddy's girl. You get along great with the new one we picked up.
Wait, what? Sorry, the player didn't hear what you said there.
He said
And-
he said that he never knew you were such a good little daddy's girl and you'd fit along great with the new mentee we picked up.
Oh, I thought you were implying we picked up a daddy somewhere.
Yeah, that's also where my brain went. And I was
Oh,
like,
we got the
"Excuse me."
freaking mentee who's daddy's princess.
Daddy's little princess.
Oh yeah. I don't have that mentee, but
Yeah, what's the sweet business?
so she opens the letter, and you can imagine that it's her father reading this, which I'm going to try and impersonate here. Dear comrades in theater and the performing arts. I guess that's you guys, huh? From the very bottom of my very large heart, what I assure you is merely because I too am so big. Thank you so much for how wonderfully you have treated my darling little one. From the letter she wrote to us, I could easily see that Genevieve has grown from a little canary into a resplendent bird of song and art. It is all a father could ever dream of to see his child mature and grow, even though she is now so far from her nest. Please, I implore of you to continue to regale her with your roundhouse kicks, your command of tigers and great axes, your mastery and magic of the spoken word, and your whimsical, carefree sense of adventure. I admit that a part of me will be doubtful that you read this before them, my darling Vive, but I hope that you have, for it shows how strong and fearless you have become. But whether or not, it is no matter, for your tales of performance on the stage have demonstrated to me that you have the same soul as I, the soul of an actor, one who commands a presence that fills the room, even if your small stature does not. I have long known that you once saw one of my performances when you were but teensy-weensy. One of the referees told me such, and from how you acted around me for months, I knew there was a great fear at seeing the father you loved so much be jeered and booed while the lights of the ring shone down upon him. But now that you've tasted such artful villainy, crafted masterfully by your own hands, I implore you to understand a simple truth. While we may be reviled in the heat of the moment, to elicit such emotions means we have played our parts to perfection, and deep down our fans love it and love us for what entertainment we have brought to them. It is no reflection upon your nature. Nay, it is a reflection of your dedication, courage, and talents to whip the crowd into shape and have them bend at the knee before you, at least until the curtain falls. I hope that your time in your theater has taught you this, a lesson I fear I could not. You have tremendous potential whenever you do. It is why I asked them to place you in Prismari, even though your mother, and yourself surely, would rather have studied at Quandrix. You can always continue to learn in your classes, but to experience and act is to grow as a human being. I hope you can forgive my treachery. Winking smiley face. Yours always, your father, Andre the Gargantuan. P.S. We look forward to seeing you again whenever a break in your schedule allows. Your friends are invited as well, especially that Geppa fellow who you seem so... and she just clams up and goes, Dad! And then she looks around panikedly and says, why didn't you stop me from speaking when I was reading about myself?
I just want to know what he's rewarding us with. Like, that's a nice letter, but did he send, goodies? You got cakes? Candies?
Oh, I kept reading. I didn't realize I should have stopped. And she looks at Geppa and goes,
We don't
Give
know
me
what's in the.
drugs.
We don't know what's in the letter. Like, it's not like we knew to stop you.
It's okay, Genevieve. We would expect nothing less from a 6 out of 10.
Raz. I cringed
I know,
the whole
did it
time.
again, but I was hoping you would.
Cringe rating 10 out of 10. Well executed.
But that was really cute. I disagree. That was not cringe. That was cute.
I think
Now,
you
I
can
like
cute
this
and
was-
cringe.
If this was Deltarune, there would be a little jingle that and a window that popped up that said Genevieve got over her shyness, sort of.
I genuinely like the implication that there is a luchador wrestling
League.
Well,
league.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I made that canon now
Yeah, of
because
course
like
there
her father is huge.
Well, let me pull up my.
That could be this year's fad luchador league trading cards.
Oh god, Genevieve would be mortified to find her father's card was like triple S rating.
Where is Genevieve from?
She's from she's like north of Lestaria. like either in one of these top hexes or off the map.
Okay. So is she Lostarian? Because there's no provinces north of that you're going into.
Oh, then I suppose so.
Lostaria is the
I wrote
northernmost province of the Republic.
What? So I wrote language for Niskin and Gizdaic. I don't know what Gizdaic is, but that was from where she was.
That would be a kind of archaic dialect from a country beyond the northern borders. It'd be like the rough equivalent of like learning to interpret Latin after it became a dead language. You would unearth Gizdaic relics and things. And
so wherever that's prevalent, that's where she's from.
So what I'm imagining,
I just assumed it was up here.
I'm imagining this tradition, this like hand fighting tradition, up in the cold north, where like two giant guys step out into this ring of snow, wearing speedos and masks, and then they wrestle, both each other and hypothermia.
And that sounds exactly like something that would happen up there.
Yeah,
the idea I had for this character, or her father, is that he has levels in Bard and can cast in large person.
Okay.
So he literally gets not gargantuan, but like large.
Oh my god, Raz, I have the brain worms. I can't look at this map now without thinking about like, oh, what would every province's Morajai button do?
Oh no. Don't say that. I haven't learned all of them.
Congratulations on your blueprints brain rot.
I have the brain.
I sort of just bumblefuck my way through those puzzles anyway because they don't take a lot of work.
So, yeah, I can picture this Lostarian tradition of I'm envisioning like sumo wrestling, but like in a cold environment. Who are those guys that'll like sit in a sauna and then go jump in an ice lake?
Oh, what is that called? Polar Bear Club, yeah.
Something like that. Only with like an audience and there's wrestling and theatrics involved.
Yeah, I imagined it to be very WWE.
And I could think of this being like a very Lostarian tradition, but like slowly making its way south in the wake of the Unification War when people are like looking for sportsmen and energetic
like
output that isn't involved with like violence. Yeah, like there's other like wrestling traditions that are starting to crop up now 60 years later.
So like started in Lostaria, spread to South Warren and Gasalthan, and they've fielded their own. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yes, we need trading cards.
Is that so? So this past summer, the first great exhibition of Lostarian wrestlers was put on an Old Throne, and all of the first years have wrestling trading cards. And every often,
province,
Genevieve sees her father's in somebody's collection.
In a Speedo.
In a Speedo and a mask. In a bear wrestling pit.
Has this replaced the Zapper Keeper that none of us got?
Everybody still has Zapper Keepers. Yes.
Everybody has Zapper Keepers filled with trading cards in those little sleeves.
Now, I know this was not your intention.
Oh, that's a good way to keep it, yeah.
But in my mind's eye, your dad is just Zangief. So, I don't know if that's the direction you wanted to go, but that's where it is in my head now.
I mean, you're not really far from what I was thinking of. Like, when I was thinking of his voice, I was actually thinking of Zangief from Wreck-It Ralph. Like, you may be bad guy, but you not bad guy. Like, that was actually what I went around when I was writing that letter.
Okay.
So, you might be closer than you think, but I wasn't exactly going for that.
Do we have any other beginning of year 2 performances waiting in the wings?
Nah, I'm good.
Yes. Geppa stands up in the middle of the room, looks around, clears his throat. All right, let's wreck it. Flips his staff onto his back, walks down the stairs with way more determination than given that he doesn't have any idea where he's going. That has never stopped him before.
What the hell is that?
Hugo looks out a window and he says, "But we're still in we're still in orientation day."
So Geppa and Hugo are still working at their at their work study programs. You've gotten a raise. You're making 8 gold pieces a week. You go ahead and add that to your sheet now for your first week of work after coming back. And the rest of you have started your classes. Who is taking... You're all taking small unit tactics. 2 of you are taking intermediate and advanced armoring, and I think that's... No, 2 of you are taking natural and magical physics and calculations. What is the difference between a natural physics and a magical physics?
Natural physics
Natural
explains gravity in the
physics.
center of a black hole.
Natural physics does not involve magical energy, and magical physics does.
What is magical energy?
The energy produced by evocation effects, refracted through illusion effects, that sort of thing.
Does each school of magic have its own
Question mark.
mathematical notation for these equations that you must contemplate?
Sure, I feel
I would
like
think it'd be divided by. I would think that would only be true for quintessence. I think for all the other magical sources, it would be very not true.
well, this is a quintessence-based class, and I
Oh
don't
shit!
know
I'm
why.
not gonna get a lot out of this then.
I don't know why Geppa is taking it when it involves math. In fact, when you sit down next to Genevieve the first day, she's like, "I didn't know you knew how to add," and she says it like that.
I know basic math. I mean, I don't know. Wait,
And
what's Geppa's
there's a
intelligence?
sense of dread that, like, not only did she embarrass herself in front of you, reading her letter, but also that she's going to have to tutor you on, like, calculus for this entire year.
Not only calculus,
I mean,
necromantic calculus.
Yeah, where the math and the numbers decay to 0 or something. I don't know.
I
Okay.
mean, Geppa's unnatural knowledge of things. You know, he only has int 12, but I'm going to say he has at least a good solid handle on all high school algebra and trigonometry.
I mean,
I actually anticipate that, like, you're gonna ace it with flying colors, and she's gonna have no idea how or why.
yeah.
It's like how dogs do calculus in their brain by watching a ball follow a curve.
Abjuration calculus is really easy. You just add it into the ward.
Added into the ward. Okay. Alister.
Yeah.
You and Rubina are going to have to do something to market this new drama club that you're trying to get off the ground. Organically, kids that come to the school and just want to be part of drama club are not going to go to your drama club because you're not the official kind of Strixhaven sanctioned drama club. There are many student-run clubs and activities all over campus, and you are now one of them, but that just means you've got the added work of what are you doing in order to attract new students who want to be in drama club to join yours with the blackjack and the hookers?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that question.
Oh boy.
I don't remember the term. So we do flash performances.
Okay.
We do flash musicals throughout campus.
Okay.
You know what a flash mob is?
Oh yeah.
That's what we basically do.
So you're starting out with the two of you like doing these out in the. So let me ask this question. First of all, are you investing any money into this? What kind of resources do you have to put into this? Well, I don't know how much you
I mean,
have.
Rubina's from a rich family, right?
She is, but she's not in control of the purse strings. Like, she would have to write a letter like, "Daddy, I need 5,000 gold," just like you would.
Well, that's fine. We'll both write our parents and get some funds.
So you write to your
cover-
parents. What do you ask for?
We need funding because we are starting up, a new actor society that we are going to try and unify the actors around the thing, and it's going to increase the reputation of our nobility and make us more well known. It's going to be good for branding.
What is Alister's track record with schemes like this? Or is this the very first time he's ever gone to his house and been like, "Hey, I need funding for this enterprise"?
He only asks for money when it's absolutely necessary.
Okay.
So he doesn't think it's a scheme. He firmly believes that they are going to unite the actors in Fernisco and basically form the Ferniscan Oscars Guild. Or the Tony Awards.
If you and Rubina each get resources to put this together, and it doesn't work, and it fails, what are the results of that catastrophic? She imparts to you that for her it would be.
For our egos, it would be catastrophic, yes.
Well, in her case, like, she can't afford to lose the trust of her house. How highly placed is Alister in his house?
I guess he'd be the firstborn son.
So you're the heir.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of eyes watching you.
Yeah, that's why he wants to make sure that he has money to do it well.
For a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Okay. What is your relationship with Rubina? You're only at a 1 with her.
Yeah, we're working on that next downtime.
I would say that's like enough for her to agree to go in on this scheme, but you can tell there's more troubling her about it that she's not revealing to you yet.
It's okay, Rubina. We just have to believe in ourselves. This is going to work out great.
See, her response to that would be like, well, you know, Genevieve and Hugo and Leo believed in themselves, and then they put on that disastrous performance that was clearly an embarrassment.
Yes, but your pedigree.
Alice, you're putting a lot of eggs into this basket.
Listen, if you're going to fail, fail big.
Fair enough. Cannot argue with that logic. Impeccable logic. Geppa.
Yeah.
The second day of classes, you have some time scheduled to go meet this first year charge of yours. I guess the first question is, do you go?
There's a part of me that wants to roll a dice, but I really hate when players do that. I know. So yeah, Geppa shows up.
Okay.
He might be late.
And
We'll say he's fast. We'll say he's about 15 minutes late. So assuming the kid is willing to wait that long.
okay. Geppa, what is your passive perception?
Passive perception is a all right 13.
13.
It seems like it should be higher than that. I guess I still only have a +2 proficiency. Oh yeah, I'm 13.
Yeah, you don't go up to proficiency 3 until level 5. So
Yeah.
your meeting place is in the central campus, in the center of the 5 outlying satellite colleges, in a kind of public locale. And there are beautiful grounds and gardens and buildings of all sizes. And you arrive fashionably late, as you do. And little rat folk boy that you're supposed to be meeting is not there.
Oh hell! I kind of look around and taking the time from the sun. What do we do here? How do we get the kid to know that I wasn't ditching him? You said this is in the middle of campus?
Yes, this is in the middle of the central campus. So there's dozens of students around and all doing all
I would like
activities.
to. Can I make like a popularity gather information check to see if anyone can help me find this kid?
So you want to try to see if anybody's seen him around, and you want to leverage your popularity to do
No,
it?
my popularity is terrible. That just seems the most appropriate.
All right, yeah, go ahead and make a popularity investigation. Let's try that.
Boy, that was almost good. That comes out to a 8.
An 8.
First roll of the year.
Nobody's seen the kid you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And people are starting to kind of excitedly whisper that apparently there is a rat folk student on campus this year. So that information is now out there.
Before I
and
say
spread.
that or afterwards?
No, this was not common knowledge until
Okay.
you started asking.
Yeah, no, he's. I mean, I didn't read his transcript, but I glanced at it, and he looks like he's going to be a real good kid. I don't know where he went. I was late. God damn it.
So you probably have a sheet that's because one of your jobs is to like kind of evaluate his progress over the course of the year.
Yeah, but definitely didn't bring that with him.
Sure. So you wait for a little while and
which college is he in?
Quandrix.
I'm gonna head over to the Quandrix College and see if I can figure out where he's staying. See if I can make it to his dorm room and talk to either one of his roommates or see if there's some other way I can meet up with this kid.
Give me another investigation, either charisma or popularity. I'll let you decide which way you want to go with it.
I mean, they're both awful, but charisma is slightly less awful.
Sure.
So let's actually try and succeed for once. That's a 9.
A 9? Okay. Without the... If you didn't bring the sheet that says, like, you're in this mentorship program, nobody's going to give you the information on that student. So you've learned 2 important lessons today. Show up on time and bring your paperwork. You didn't do either of those things.
Yeah. Can I convince someone to leave a hastily written note to meet me tomorrow at a place? And it says underlined, I will be on time this time.
Yeah, you can leave a note.
Okay. Yeah, tomorrow morning before classes, I will try and arrange I will plan to either offer him some liquor or buy him a coffee at Hugo's stand.
Sorry, I was late yesterday. Do you want to drink my juices?
That is a very Geppa thing to say. To be fair. He might not sound as deranged as that,
He
but
doesn't
like,
sound deranged at all. It's completely normal to him.
I could see him
He
just being
thinks
very
that everyone else
casual.
is weird for thinking it's weird.
Hugo.
Sir.
You're meeting with Elegant Sumai, and Elegant is her title from where she is. She's essentially Deluian royalty from across the sea. And they have a very strong tradition of using paints, dyes, tattoos as body ornaments through all layers of their society to denote social standing and vocation and family history and all sorts of other things. At her level, where she's a member of royalty, all of her painting that she does, stark black and white. So everything that she's wearing, everything that she's using to paint her face, to dye her hair, is either Venta black or snow white. And she's waiting for you on the bridge that links the Prismari campus to the central campus at the appointed time. And as you approach, you can tell that she's been waiting there for probably some time.
Hugo is punctual, so he's not gonna like keep her. But it probably seems like, oh no, I've kept her waiting because I'm on her timetable. Apparently, right? Is that the vibe I'm getting?
Everybody is on her timetable. She's royalty.
Yeah, I'm sure she is.
Hugo,
Sir.
as you approach the Elegant Sumai, this is the first time you've had eyes on her, the first time you've actually seen her in person. Make me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, yeah, I'm great at those.
Mm-hmm. If you fail, you're going over the bridge, and we'll never see you again.
I mean, that's fine. I'm okay with that. We didn't like Hugo anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Your new character will have better charisma.
We're going to do the two bards campaign. Is that the threat of everybody's going to die and roll up a bard?
I'll leave that to you, Brickroad.
That looks like a 1 to me.
Yeah, that's a 2, my friend.
You got a positive saving throw modifier at least. So
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. It hasn't been relevant, and it still isn't. But I don't know Hugo's romantic predilections in this world. Whether he's attracted to any particular this person, just from an aesthetic point of view, is the most beautiful human being Hugo has ever laid out. Her body and her clothing and her presentation, the way she carries her weight and her motion, is a living work of art that takes Hugo's breath away as he approaches.
Yeah, Hugo is stumbling over whatever he says.
Okay.
He's straight, and he is very very much smitten at first sight.
Give me a religion
How old is wait,
check.
how old is she?
Mid to late teens, so she would be probably 15, 16.
Okay, so not okay.
I
not
think
so much
all
of
of
an
you
age
are
gap there.
around that age-ish, except for Geppa, who presents at that age, but is actually only 18 minutes old, because he was grown in a vat.
Hugo would be 19 now.
Okay.
So...
Hugo's much older than the rest of us.
If Hugo's 19, then yeah, he's a little bit older. And you're still at that age where, like, you think that age differential matters. Like, oh, 3 years is an eternity. But
yeah. What check were you asking for?
I need a
Brickroad?
religion check, please.
By all means.
You're improving.
I'm improving slowly but steadily.
I want you to make exactly 20 rolls this session, and I want you to improve by 1 on each roll.
I did 2 10s in a row, so we already failed.
I broke even, so that's only a 2.
Oh, but I went up by
Because
1 on the score each time.
I don't have a bonus for religion. Sorry.
The question, or the country that Sumai is from, it's an Aetherine country. There's no country in the known world that is not an Aetherine country. But you have some residual knowledge that they had, like, strange gods and things in the past that you just don't know anything about. It's never been relevant in your life before. It's just like mythology from across the world. And now, standing in the presence of this woman, like, to see deluade divinity before you, suddenly realize the depths of your ignorance. And she hasn't said a word to you yet.
Yeah.
She does literally look up to you, though, because you're older and taller, and you're supposed to be the mentor in this situation.
Yeah. And he'll stumble over his words for a moment before he says, "You must be elegant, Sumai. My name is Hugo Waters, and I've been assigned to assist you in your first year here at
Which
Strixhaven."
Waters?
Waters of the Bendalin Ocean.
A bold claim. I would think if you are of the waters of the entire ocean, I would have heard of your name before.
It's a sojourn, my lady. I'm not of noble birth, but it's the name of that I've taken.
It is the tradition of modern Ferniskins for people without names to take them. I'm aware. She turns and begins to walk towards the central campus.
Hugo will follow her.
I am prepared to receive mentorship.
So last year when I first started out here, I had to do some sort of a project. Do you have a similar assignment?
She does. And it's the same assignment that you received. She's supposed to demonstrate her the use of her cantrip. Because she's of your charges, she's the only one who's in-house Prismari with you. She's in your college.
Right, yes. Yes, okay.
Oh,
yes. All right.
Okay.
I'll admit that my first showing was not the most spectacular of the showings, but it was I'll be
If your first showing is the most spectacular, there's nowhere for you to improve. That would mean you are of the divine spheres. She turns and faces you and says, "Are you God?"
No, of course not.
Then you are not spectacular and not meant to be. You were taught this, surely.
Well, it's more of a Matter of ambition, I suppose.
What are the
For
ambitions
my
of
kids.
Hugo Waters?
To protect my homeland?
The Republic
Indeed.
needs the protection of Hugo Waters.
Everybody can contribute something. I'm fairly strong. I can swing an axe with the best of them, I suppose.
She nods, and something about the way she nods, you can tell 1,000 insulting retorts just spin through her mind. She knows all the things that she could have said, and she chooses to say none of them. Shall I demonstrate the cantrip?
Certainly. Let's see what we have to work with.
And she demonstrates the cantrip dancing lights. That's what she can do.
Oh.
She can make little dancing lights. Wasn't that
So
one
I
of your
believe for
cantrips,
this-
or was it not?
No.
I don't think we did. No.
No, it was the
It was
guy
on the
who
list, but we didn't take it.
He was one of the guy. I believe one of the guys who got too big for his britches and caused the accident.
Yeah,
at the beginning.
look, that was it. Like his thing was dancing lights, but he tried to like plant it with this Mephit nonsense, and it got out of hand. Yeah, she
Yeah,
makes her
Hugo
little
will remember.
glowing orbs in the air.
Oh, that's fantastic! But so a lot of what Prismari magic is about using these things in creative ways and creating beauty out of it.
Very well.
If you have any questions or if you have any questions or seek some advice, I'm always at your disposal.
So her plan right now, and her plan has a critical flaw, is during the performance, she's going to walk out on the stage, perform the cantrip, summon the dancing lights, and then leave. That's all she's going to do with it. No theatrics, no puffing it up, no using it in an artistic way, just demonstrating that she can do this thing.
And Hugo will try to insist that the that expressing yourself artistically with this magic is how you get ahead in the Prismari school.
Give me I'm going to make you do a check, then I'm going to make you do homework.
Okay.
Should I make you do the check? You're just going to roll a 3.
I might roll a 3.
Can I please have a
Oh.
persuasion check? You can go with charisma or popularity.
I'll go with charisma.
If he rolls a 3, I'm going to lose it.
Oh, we're jumping
Five,
ahead.
he
That's
gets
a
ahead.
six. That's a 6.
You try to explain the importance of like the artistic. They don't want to just see the cantrip. They want to see your interpretation of what it can do. She thinks all of that is absolutely frivolous, and the expression on her face just says everything. Your homework is, what are you going to do to improve the presentation she's supposed to give? What is Hugo's suggestion for what she does with dancing lights?
Okay.
Okay. Alister,
Yeah.
your meeting with Yvette Antlers is on the Witherbloom campus. I don't think you have any classes at Witherbloom this year.
Now this is more terrible.
I don't think anybody does. Y'all had enough mushrooms last year.
Yeah,
We
no
just-
more mushrooms for a lifetime, right?
No mushrooms, please. Okay. And large, muscular teenage girl sitting off to one side, in the Witherbloom Commons, and she looks dreadfully uncomfortable because it's the end of summer, and she has a heavy Losterian cloak draped over her shoulders, and she's just slumped there, looking miserable.
You look dressed for the wrong sort of weather. Are you Yvette?
She stands and she gives you this kind of exhausted smile. Yeah, that's me. Are you Alister?
Yeah. You got a dorm around here? They give you a place to sleep yet?
She reaches forward and gives you a friendly punch on the shoulder, but it's like the kind of like actually hurts and makes you reel a little bit.
Alister will return the gesture.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, she's from a proud Losterian family, and she's just always grown up in a part of the world where this cloak is emblematic of her status. And so she's continued to wear it, even though she's going to get heat stroke if she does.
Alister will inform her that her first order of business needs to be to replace the cloak with a thinner model, and he's sure there's tailors somewhere around campus that can help with that.
No, I'm fine. I wouldn't trust any of these southern tailors to work with direwolf hide.
Oh, I wouldn't either. That's why you don't make it out of direwolf hide. Just get some imitation fur.
Her face sours. It's like, no, this is authentic. My father.
No, I know that's authentic, but if you wear that, you're going to die of heat stroke.
3 javelins
any good to your family.
from 100 paces brought down this beast.
Oh, and I'm sure it was a spectacular... Actually, can you tell me the story of how he did that? That sounds really cool.
A Losterian tradition, they have a fine oral tradition, not only for telling stories, but specifically for exaggerating stories.
Excellent. Alister wants this person in his new guild.
Are you, well, I'll tell you what, as your downtime action, if you want to build the guild, you can try to recruit her into it. 2 things that you learn about Yvette during this meeting is she specializes in ice magic, and she has an aversion to fire that borders on a phobia. And she curses the fact that there are 5 suns in the south. She never knew there were 5 suns here. Strixhaven would be in a pretty temperate climate, but she's up from beyond the Arctic Circle, basically.
Yeah.
What do you do to convince her that like wearing this direwolf hide cloak is going to be a health concern?
He's going to take her on a tour of the entire campus.
Okay. With the intention of just like halfway through, she's going to collapse.
Yes.
See for herself.
Listen, there are some people, it doesn't matter what you tell them, you have to physically show them.
They got to see for themselves. All right, give me an intelligence persuasion check.
I don't want to roll.
But you got to roll. Because you're walking a fine line between let's teach this girl a lesson versus let's have her pass out from heat stroke and hurt herself.
Intelligence persuasion?
Yeah.
I forget how things work. What's my so it's proficiency plus stat score, right?
Yeah. If you're proficient in persuasion and then your intelligence bonus on top.
I am expert in persuasion.
Double proficiency, I believe. So how'd you do?
I'm trying to my proficiency bonus is 2, that's plus 2, which would be 4 times 2 would be plus 8. It's 14.
14. Here in the Witherbloom campus...
Actually, I have D4s.
Here in the Witherbloom campus, there's a lot of shade to stick to. There's a lot of shady paths, there's a lot of trees, there's a lot of overgrowth. As you step off the tram going into the central campus...
Brick, it's a 16 if it matters.
No, you pass with a 14, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, she looks more and more uncomfortable, but the more uncomfortable she gets, like, the more important it is to her proud warrior heritage. Like, keep her shoulders square and keep herself upright. And eventually, she asks you, well, if I were to doff the cloak, what would I do with it? How would anyone know who I am and who my father is?
Well, first question. You're in a new environment on campus. Do you want everybody to know who you and your father is, or would you rather be anonymous for a little while to see how things work around here and then make your presence known?
What are the benefits of being anonymous?
Well, if everybody knows who you and your father are, they may treat you differently. Wouldn't you want to get to know these people as they are, to get their respect as you are and not just as a princess from up north?
My instinct now is to have a crowd of people walk by that saw the play from last year and point to Alister and be like, hey, it's the guy!
With the micro penis.
She seems to consider it for a moment. Like, your words don't make sense, but then nothing about this environment makes sense to her. For the moment, though, she does, in fact, shrug off the cloak, and you see the relief on her face as she does. Very well. I suppose there is some benefit to deferring to Southling wisdom.
It's the South. My apologies. It's a little different.
She wants to know where on campus she can find the biggest slab of meat for her meal.
Does Alister know this?
That's up to Alister. That's up to you. It's not you get to decide.
I mean, I would
what
assume that
knows.
Alister has familiarized himself with at least the taverns and dining establishments.
Sure, if you
that
want.
allow music.
There's little cafes and coffee shops and
So
cookhouses.
he will take her to the rowdiest tavern with the biggest slabs of meat.
Okay.
Because he's relying on his stereotype that northern people like to be loud and boisterous and get into duels and fights and all that fun stuff.
Well, her alignment tag is work hard, fight boldly, make merry.
There you go. That's
So
where
she
we're at.
absolutely slides into that stereotype. Give me an insight check. Make this check add advantage for essentially hitting the nail on the head here. If you roll a 4 and a 5, I'm going to lose it.
We're getting higher. So McDohl rolled a 5. I rolled a 6. Now I got a 7, but at least I got an 18 as well.
Okay.
So for insight, that's a 21.
Yvette is deeply conflicted. Like, she needs to carry this tradition. It's extremely important to her, as it is in all people that far in the north. But there is conflict between that and, like, the realities of being in Strixhaven and attending this school. Like, that's going to be her struggle this year, is finding some kind of balance between those two things. She can't hide her identity, but if she lives her full identity here, she's going to have a rough time. Which direction is Alister inclined to take this mentorship?
I mean, he'd like to help her get to it. He'd like to genuinely help her, like, succeed in school. And succeed in whatever it was her purpose was to come here in the first place.
And then your plan is to get her in your competing actors guild with blackjack and hookers.
Yes, because no offense to Leo, but she would make a much better narrator.
Wow. I thought Leo killed it. In fact, I think I still have Leo's rolls here.
I think he's the only one that rolled halfway decent.
Ah, no, he got a
No.
minus 12 in that first act.
Most people did fine.
Minus
I
12.
rolled pretty well on those
one.
magic missiles. That solves most problems, right?
Right.
Apparently. How you solve problems during a play?
Yeah, sorry, I was wrong. Turned out Leo sucked it. If I look at the numbers now.
I did really poor at first, and then it picked up. It's just the first one really mattered.
The first one mattered 3 times. Okay. Genevieve.
Yeah.
Is Genevieve's family devoutly religious?
Yes, it turns out. Her mother is a cleric of the Forge for air.
Is Genevieve herself... Like, are you trained in religion? Do you have the proficiency?
So she is proficient in religion, but, like, it's a curiosity to her more than, like, a lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Does
she'll go to church and she'll take notes.
So she attends Mass.
Like, yeah, and she, like, brings her notebook and actually writes shit down. Like it's any other class.
Why would she do that?
Because she finds it interesting, and she's learning.
Okay.
Kind of the same reason that you'd like go to some like scientist lecture that they give, and you would take notes if you were interested in the topic.
No, I get it. It makes sense at a scientist lecture. I think if you go to a church and start taking notes, what's going to happen to you is what's about to happen to Genevieve here.
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
This suddenly pivots in a much different direction.
She's approaching this from a very scientific angle, which take it how you want, I suppose.
Which is the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do if you go to church. Meeting with your charge, Thenitz Kinwade. Thenitz is in Silverquill. He would have let you pick the spot where you want to have your first meeting. Where on campus would you like to meet with Kinwade?
Oh, she would ask to meet, like, during some sort of sermon, and, like, they would sit there together for the sermon, and then they'd talk about it afterward. So.
Okay. So in that
wherever
case...
that would be.
This is your first actual meeting with the boy, but you've seen him before, because he also fastidiously attends Mass. He attends Mass 3 times a week, and has seen Genevieve there. And so you attend Mass together, and Genevieve has her notebook, and she's jotting stuff down. And he watches her throughout Mass with great curiosity and suspicion. And Genevieve, there's a moment where she realizes she's going to have to explain this behavior to him after Mass.
So after the Mass, like, I assume that they'll just meet somewhere else for coffee or whatever.
So you just walk over to a cafe afterwards?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Like, if he was okay with that.
Yeah.
And she'd actually take off her helmet. She's, like, in her armor, because she always is.
So you're not wearing your helmet at Mass. That would be
okay.
Grossly disrespectful.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then she wouldn't wear her helmet. Okay. But she'll leave it off, I guess. Like, it's the new Genevieve. She's not terrified of everything that's person-shaped. And she would invite a discussion about, like, what they had listened to, and she would give thoughtful responses that were appropriate in the bounds of the lecture. I don't know anything about this religion, so she does, I don't.
Well, to start with, it's not a lecture, it's Mass. It's a sermon. And the idea that Genevieve would see those as the same thing would be extremely interesting to Thenitz. He would find that very interesting indeed. Well, I guess his first question would be something like, why would you have to take notes at a sermon?
And she approaches that very academically, like, well, I can only keep so many things in my head at once, so if I write it down and I look back at it later, maybe I'll remember it. I mean, that's why we have these texts, after all, right? And she starts listing off, like, all of the holy texts of the Aetherian religion, like, whatever their Bible is, whatever their scriptures are, etc.
I don't think
it's all written down.
I named the scriptures or dictates, but yeah, they do exist.
Yeah. It's a very academic approach to religion.
Okay.
Which is probably very strange for this individual.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you offer him as far as mentorship after you have your discussion about your strange behavior during mass?
She says she wants to know about the project that he has to do at his college, because it'd be different from hers.
It is essentially an essay about what he hopes to accomplish during his time at Strixhaven that he will then deliver to in a performance, kind of similar to how you guys did with Prismari. What you guys did with cantrips, he's doing with an essay that formulates his thoughts.
She would give him advice based on her experiences and how she's... Well, I guess she would tell him how she has changed over the first year.
Mm-hmm.
And to, like, write something that reflects his current state of mind, and then encourage him to look back at what he has written after a year and see how he's grown from that.
Well, he's already written the essay.
Oh, then there's no problem. Can I look at it?
And when you read through it, it's just a few short paragraphs. It wasn't supposed to be a dissertation, but
novel.
And it's extremely bland, and it's extremely generic. Air has laid this path, and I walk upon it, kind of thing.
Well, I mean, she wouldn't hold back with her criticism. She would say, like, well, I mean, it sounds kind of like anybody wrote this. Like, what makes it stand out? Where's you in this essay? I don't really see you. I see just, like, anybody. And she'll say, like, something like we've spoken for, like, how long it's been, and, like, she can already see, like, he has this sort of quirk, or he's mentioned this sort of thing several times.
The entire discussion to this point has always circled back around to his faith. If you ask him, like, where is you in this essay, he's kind of like he doesn't really understand what you're asking him. He told the truth. Air laid a path before him, and it is his job on this world to walk it with diligence, with strength, with light.
She's gonna circle the first instance of the word "me" in his essay.
Does not appear.
Say, oh, it doesn't?
No.
Well, Air laid a path before him. Right? Well, is there any instance of, like, his identity? Like, even passively?
Following the path that Air lays down is his identity, it seems like.
What I'm trying to get is that, like, I want to circle any pronoun, word, or whatever that refers to the writer.
Okay.
And then she's going to write a note next to that and say, expand on what makes you you, and then how Air will shape you over the next 4 years. That's her intent.
Well, that's not for him to say.
Surely he has some say in it, she says. Or surely you have some say in it.
Ah, I understand. You're a reformist.
I don't actually know the answer to that.
Which is a really good answer.
Yeah.
Which is a very Genevieve answer.
Yeah. So Genevieve comes from a perspective... Her mother is very liberal with her interpretation of Air's tenets.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that, like, keep no magical secrets, etc., like, knowledge is good. Like, her mother instilled in Genevieve, like, learn everything that you can, and spread that knowledge and wisdom, and that will make Air happy.
Okay.
Something like that. I don't know. I'm just... That's my understanding. Yeah.
Brick, I have a question, actually, about this.
What's your question?
So... during the last campaign, didn't the Veritas family basically, like, find out the truth about Air? Like, who he actually was and shit?
No, this is the chaotic evil thing. Like, that's not...
Air really is a god.
No.
Really does exist.
Yeah.
Really does have a realm on Mount Celestia.
Yeah, like, didn't like, we find all that stuff out? Like, we conclusively, like, we talked to Air or something like that, and his representatives and all that.
You didn't meet Air,
Yeah.
no.
We talked to
Well,
Angels.
we wouldn't meet him, but I know, like, Ekon was doing some weird, crazy stuff.
You guys went through the Crystal Tower, which was the mist's representation and twisting of the religious tenets.
Christo's version of it.
Yeah, that was a tableau created by the mists for Crystal Cruin, who was the mad cultist.
We did save a Celestial. We saved an angel.
That angel, I think for certain values the word saved. My memories.
So
yeah, like when the Veritas family got back, did they have any influence on the religion, like based on what they had found out and discovered?
Not widespread. No,
okay,
nothing like that. Any of them who decided to go out and like explore the plains and stuff could have gone to Mount Celestia and visited the realm. But
I mean, I'm sure Jeannie did.
Genevieve, give me an
Big place.
insight check.
Do I have a D4? Let's see. I do. Oh, what is my skill? Oh, 0. Okay. Let's roll this first. Well, 1 is probably not going to pass. I don't think a 5 will pass. Oh, 3. Well, we'll check that one off as used. 3.
3 is gone. That's out of the pool.
Yeah.
Thenitz listens intently and politely as Genevieve kind of expounds on her family's interpretation of the Etherine religion and Genevieve's academic approach to it. He listens politely.
Ah, yes. He's a southerner, I get it.
You don't make a lot of headway as far as his mentorship program. You do get the sense that there's a lot of just talking past each other. When it comes time for the two of you to part, he's very amicable, very friendly, nice kid, seems to like Genevieve, but I do want a perception check.
Oh, come on. Do I have perception as a skill? Oh, I do, actually. Well, let's see if I can turn this 1 into a 9. We'll just use all of my dice today. Nope, that's 3 1s. There they are.
There they are.
I feel
There they are. I got a 3.
Fantastic.
this party has rolled.
No, it's just today. It's totally inconsequential.
This entire campaign so far, we have consistently rolled like butt.
It's because our stats are so high. We got our really good rolls out of the way on the first day, and it's all.
Why do you think I am inventing magic missiles +1?
So before you part ways,
3.
Thenitz hopes that in the future he would look forward to you attending Mass the proper number of times each week, instead of however many times Genevieve actually goes.
What, the number of times that they are?
There would be 3 masses, like 3 major masses each week that you would...
Oh.
If you were a traditionalist and if you were a devout Etherine, you would approach for 3 masses each week. I'm assuming Genevieve goes to maybe 1. And
at least 1. She's busy. I mean, come on.
But that's exactly the kind of rationalization that a truly devout person would not make. If they, hey, we're going to the dungeon today. It's like, oh, but I got to be at church. So sorry, guys, I can't go.
Oh, well, he's going to be great in the training dungeon, isn't
Jesus needs me.
Core memory unlocked.
All right. Léopold.
Yeah.
Where are you meeting with? Well, you'd be meeting somewhere on Central Campus.
Right.
With your charge, Allie. And as you approach, there's a whole gaggle of first-year girls in a little crowd. And one of them leans over. What are you doing?
I was like, Leo would have went there like 2 hours early.
Okay. And just waiting?
That's a lot of roundhouse kicks.
And just waiting, yeah. Just sitting there. Doing exercises and stuff. Waiting.
Then you would see your charge approach with a gaggle of first-year girls around her. And as they come up, she's carrying a brand new state-of-the-art Zapper Keeper designer uniform. One of their friends leans forward and kind of whispers something excitedly to the girl. And she approaches, looks you up and down, says, "Are you the roundhouse guy?"
I don't know.
She gives her
Leo legitimately
friend,
doesn't care.
who whispered to her, this
My name's Leo.
withering look. And her friend's face, she looks crestfallen that you've denied this.
Leo has no concept of what anybody outside of his friends think about him.
Then
at
I
all.
will not allow you to make an insight check here.
Right.
What happens next is that she kind of puts up a wall, her and her little gaggle, around this girl who has whispered something excitedly to her, and that girl is now excluded from this friend group.
Oh. Leo looks at it very confusedly.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Does Leo understand anything about girls? The first thing?
Probably not.
No?
Like, he grew up in like a village of like maybe like 20 people and like was probably the only child.
Okay.
You know those like the really small towns you go into and there's like no kids.
And the only kid they have is a lizard.
What does
Yeah.
what non-human features does Leo have?
Let's see what I wrote down. I mean, it's noticeable. His eyes is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what I wrote. He has fine scales on his face that look kind of like freckles, pointed ears, and yellow eyes.
Okay.
But he does wear the sunglasses, and he tries to hide his face most of the... Like, when he's in new place, he's not wearing them right now because this is strict saving, and
Sure.
for the last year, nobody's really said anything.
Oh, somebody's about to say something.
Right.
Allie looks you up and down. She kind of scoffs. Well, if you're not roundhouse guy, what can you do?
I mean, I could do roundhouses. I don't know.
And she
I've
leans
never
in.
heard anybody call me roundhouse guy.
She narrows her eyes and she's like, "Do this." And she reaches back and like brushes her hair behind her ear.
What?
Do this. Like,
I reach for her ear and brush her hair behind her ear.
ew, no. Ugh. And all her friends like gasp that you're reaching forward to touch her.
What?
No, are you sharpen your ears? They're like pointy.
No, I don't sharpen my ears.
Show me your
They
ears.
just look like that.
Right now. She crosses her arms, starts tapping her foot.
So we're here to talk about your... Leo gets very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
He says, we're here to talk about your, is she... What college is she in?
Darkwood.
Darkwood.
She's in
We're
Darkwood.
here to-
The Rat Boy's in Quandrix. Thennance is Silverquill. Yvette's Witherbloom. And Elegant Sumai is in Prismari.
Okay, well, we're here to talk about the assignment that Darkwood has given you for your orientation.
Oh, I got a buy on that. I don't have to do that.
You got to buy?
Yeah, I'm exempt. Come on, let's show. We all want to see your ears. If you can't do a roundhouse,
I could do a roundhouse. I just don't. I was doing a roundhouse when you walked up.
one of her little friends, again, leans over, whispers something in her ear, and she kind of gets this mischievous grin, says, "Okay, now you have to do both."
No?
I'm not sure this girl knows what that word means.
About to learn.
How do you
Why don't you do
deal
a
with the
roundhouse?
ensuing temper tantrum when she doesn't get what she wants? What do you mean, no? Show me your freaky pointed ears. And then do a roundhouse. What good are you if you can't follow simple orders?
What good are you if you have to buy out of a simple assignment?
So you are just meeting the ultimate brat girl, just brat for brat. Is that what we're doing?
Listen, I've spent the last year around Geppa.
He
does not faze me.
I thought you
He's
gave
also-
a perfect score.
Tuesday for him.
Geppa is not. No, he's to cohabitate with. Yes, and Geppa is not a brat. He's just. Geppa has taught Leo patience.
You also
Purple.
spent the last year dealing with Rabina.
Yeah.
Treble is also rebelling against the brat energy of every date that Brickroad has inflicted upon him.
As she puts up her hand and says, "Nope, we're not doing this."
I tell you
Bye."
what.
As she begins, her little gaggle begins to just walk away from you, muttering and whispering and laughing.
I see. Says, all right. What does he say? He says something along the lines of, I mean, if you can't, that's fine.
If she can't what? Do a roundhouse?
No, if she can't, if she's not capable of, like, the assignment, that's fine. I understand. Some people need outside assistance.
You need a lot of assistance. You need outside assistance. You need inside assistance. You need assistance from every plane of existence. And her friends think that's hilarious.
Of the two of us here, I did my assignment.
Yeah, because you couldn't get out of it. Because you're not important, and nobody cares who you are, and you have freaky ears. So, bye.
All right.
What are these people?
I mean, you guys thought Tempest was bad.
I'm going to find...
These are people you get kicked out.
I would like to go find Geppa.
Okay, yeah, you guys could reconvene back at the dorm, each having had a winning experience with your charge.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you made the insult about like every plane of existence, like how well known is that in this world that there are other planes of existence?
Mythologically speaking, but also remember the college itself was founded by Duke Darkwood.
Right.
So
There is like there's an active portal somewhere that goes to fucking Sigil.
yeah, I would.
Okay,
It's
that
about as
exists.
known that there are other planes of existence that there would be in like Faerun and like Waterdeep or something. Keep in mind too that there's a very strong Feywild connection all throughout this whole world. Like they're part of the evil portion of their religion is dealing with the unseelie parts of the Feywild.
Okay.
And the shadow fell.
And you had a noble family go to the most unseelie place of all. So, there's that.
No, Ravenloft is on the Shadowfell, not the Feywild. F-, you failed.
But it's an unseelie place.
So yeah, the five of you
I would
reconvene
argue
back in your
Ravenloft is the
dorm.
most unseelie place.
I lost my rat kid.
I don't
Sorry.
think mine listened to me much.
How did
And
you lose a
I'll walk
child?
over to the piano and pick up the paperwork that I left behind.
Okay.
Does it say?
How
Does it
did
have
you
a
lose
note
a
on it? It
child?
says,
Rafa.
Seven
I
dollars.
lost the Rafa kid.
Mine made fun of my appearance, called me poor, and said that they had paid to get out of their assignment.
Wait, you could do that?
That's an awful person. Why are you even hanging out with him?
Now I guess a little bit spite.
So, Leo, what if we let everybody know that she paid to get out of the assignment?
Well, I was gonna go see if I could get so here's my plan, and I don't know like how possible this is,
Mhm.
and that's why I wanted to talk to everybody. And then like, how possible would it be to basically get her contribution like revoked?
I have a better idea.
Like maybe through like what Alister's saying, where like, oh,
Are you floating this idea
It's-
to the group? Like you're looking for the group input here?
yeah, like that, and like I was kind of wondering like how I would do that, but like getting like making it common knowledge that she did, in fact, buy her way out of an assignment that everybody's expected to do?
Elect someone from the group to make a history check. And they can make this check at advantage if all 5 of you are kind of sitting there putting your heads together about how your guys' day went.
Well, I have a
4.
I think I have a 6.
Hugo is not involved in this check. He is staring at the ceiling.
I have a +6 in history.
He's just
I guess I'll roll.
daydreaming about
give you a
his
bardic
princess.
inspiration.
That's spam.
Yes.
There, so
All right.
You got a bardic inspiration too, Raz.
Okay.
how?
You
How?
can't be kidding.
I'm done.
How? I've rolled 4 1s in a row. Wait, how many?
One in
blips do I have?
60,000, I think, or it might be 80.
I'm at like 16,000.
I'm
like-
gonna.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm rolling numbers.
Yeah. Well, let me try again.
Roll your bardic inspiration die, Raz. Maybe you can get a 6 on that.
Yeah. See, numbers exist. So hold on.
So it was just a bad roll. So 1 plus the bardic
So-
inspiration.
Yeah. So there we go. So we'll do that.
Plus your 6.
This was history.
History. Raz.
Yeah.
It's starting to look
Raz.
like a moral failing.
Am I hitting R or am I just hitting 1?
Okay,
because
listen.
when you hit 1, it just makes it 1.
I know what happens in Vegas stays
What
in
is going
Vegas. But when you were in
I didn't
Vegas,
even gamble. I didn't do any gambling.
That was your problem. You should have done some gambling. Get those
No,
bad rolls out of the way.
did you kill someone and you had to hide him in the desert, but somebody saw you and you didn't take care of the witness, and now you're paying for it? Like, what did you do?
If I disclose that live on air, they'll find me.
Raz, I guess the whole group, because here's the thing.
Do I have any dice?
There are absolutely Strixhaven students who are going to get a free ride. There are some families throughout the Republic, they are just too important. Like, the nepotism exists at all levels of every economy and every religion and every government. It's going to happen. The question is, who is she? You don't know who her father or her family is, and she was not wearing identifying colors. Like, she wasn't wearing her family's crest or anything like that, and she's not using a family name. You were just
Maybe she's
introduced to
faking
her as Allie. If she's faking it, she's still extremely wealthy because she does have the best model of Zapper Keeper.
Yeah, I mean, she could just be from a wealthy family. Since the nobility is kind of on the decline, she should just be from a wealthy merchant family
It's possible.
with no actual status.
It's possible.
But I have another idea, Leo. What if we go talk to the Dean of Prismari and get her invited to the training dungeon?
Doesn't that feel like punching down a little bit? Like, someone like that could die.
Does Alister just like clap and bounce in his seat?
don't know
Yeah,
if I
my God,
feel-
that's it. Just get her in the training dungeon.
I
Let
mean,
her
even if
realize
she's
how
an
important these classes
asshole.
are.
I mean, not everybody's here to be an adventurer.
I spent all day walking my student around just so she would take off her stupid cloak. Sometimes you just have to put people in a situation where they have to realize themselves how important it is to actually learn stuff.
I don't
You're
think
you're right.
throwing her in there is the way to do that.
You're right, and I know exactly what I'm going to do.
At this point,
And he leaves it at that.
Dahlia enters the commons, comes up the stairs, and kind of overhears part of the conversation. She's like, "Oh, are you guys doing that second-year mentorship thing?"
Yeah. Dahlia, what's the best way to piss off a mentee?
She goes, "Man, that was the hardest, worst thing. My guy was like," and then she realizes he's sitting in the room. She's like, "Oh, no."
Doesn't respond. Still staring at the ceiling.
Go ahead, Dahlia. Continue.
She's like, "Nah, man, it was cool, and I feel like I really helped someone, and I really connected, and now
Dahlia.
me and Hugo are bros."
Genevieve
Dahlia,
can't help but go.
What?
Dahlia, it's important to realize your weaknesses. You're
And
a
then the
shitty
tiger roll.
mentor, and that's fine.
And then the tiger
Oh.
roars.
It does as she walks past it.
I thought we turned that off.
I think they tried to set it to like 10%.
It turns out that like I don't have as much control over it as I thought.
So, of the 5 of you, who has to solve a problem with their charge now?
I do.
I don't question mark.
I don't think.
I'm not sure.
I mean, I think what I want to do is like later. I want to ask Geppa to help me kidnap her.
Wait.
It's for the greater good.
Just double
I feel
checking
like it'd be easier to
Leo's
just.
alignment here.
Well, like it's lawful good, right?
Yeah.
And she came here. The rules state she needs to do this thing.
Mhm.
What about breaking into whatever office that the exemption would be written out on, and then just destroying it?
No, that would be evil. That would be bad.
Yeah, that would be destroying an official document.
Evil? It's just chaotic.
Well, maybe we could. I think the first thing I'm going to do is try to see if I can't figure out more about her exemption.
Okay. Well, you can
So
do that as a downtime action as we come up. I would allow that.
yeah,
And you guys can't help but
Make a-
notice that Hugo is being very quiet about his experience with his charge today.
Hugo, what happened with your charge? We haven't heard about your experience yet.
What?
Your what was it? Elegant
Sumai. She's
How was
perfect.
that?
She's perfect.
Perfect.
The very,
Really?
very image of beauty.
Genevieve like stands up over here next to Hugo and says, "Well, he doesn't appear to be charmed by magic."
You should
Actually, do you want to roll
us.
Arcana and make sure about that?
Yeah,
No.
I'd like to roll more ones and get them out of the way. Here comes another. No, okay.
There's no magic
The dice
affecting
work.
Hugo. He's not compelled to
The
act
dice-
in any
The
particular way.
dice work now, so.
Hugo, can you introduce us? We should
Yeah.
have a minty party. We should get them all together.
That's a
I
I love that idea.
Church, I don't know how well that would go.
Within a couple
Well,
days
all
of
due
classes,
respect-
all of you have seen Sumai around Prismari. Like, she's impossible to miss in a crowd.
What were you saying, Treble or McDohl?
With all due respect, I don't know that Elegant Sumai would deign to be to enter a party with a common folk like I would, like me.
Hugo, there's nothing common about you.
Yeah, I think you're an exceptional folk.
Aw.
Occasionally, the inhuman knowledge in Geppa doesn't quite line up with reality.
Yeah, no, Hugo is just kind of lost in the sauce a little bit
Okay.
for that.
There's no requirement to do this, and we're not going to spend a lot of time on it, but there's no obligation to do this. But do any of you... Well, some of you have formed friendships with your mentors from last year. Like, are those characters still around? Do you still make time for them? If need be?
Yeah,
I
he's
would.
always around.
By
Yeah.
definition, yes.
Right. Except she seems to have forgotten all about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Alister's actually going to introduce Kenny to his new mentee.
Okay. Yeah, well, that sounds like a relationship encounter you can have.
Yeah.
Why don't we have a 15-minute break? So, get your coffee, get your bagel. Today's the day where I try to, can I get a whole pot of buttered noodles and consume them in 15 minutes? That's my goal right now.
Good luck.
So go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. Let's reconvene here at about 4:25.
Sure.
I have ice cream.
Okay.
Ice cream sounds great.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that thing where like Yuji Horii went to a like Italian or Spanish, forget which, like Comic-Con, and he was talking, and then like an IGN translator who was watching the interview like reported that he said they were doing a Chrono Trigger remake, and he did not say that. It's just so wild.
What we need is a Blue Dragon remake.
I never played that.
Me neither. I didn't
Weird.
have
You'd think all the Sakaguchi games at this point I would have played.
like I haven't.
It's very like Final Fantasy V meets Chrono
Dragon Quest?
Trigger-ish. A
Oh,
little bit, yeah.
I didn't have a 360. I was like
Yeah.
the only person to not have a 360. I got the PS3.
Yeah, there's
'cause-
yeah. There's a job system in it. It's very Final Fantasy V-esque.
one of the
Basically like
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say basically you take Final Fantasy V's, like you have like a limited amount of like abilities and stuff. But the freelancer leveling up, you could level it up, and it also gave you additional accessory slots or ability slots.
Mhm.
But you can go ahead.
I was gonna say I've been playing the Oblivion remaster, and one of the things that I found very amusing is people talking about how they didn't realize how shallow Skyrim was
Yeah.
because they had never played Morrowind or Oblivion, and like the conversations of people like that have played all three are being like, oh yeah, wait till they remaster Morrowind, and I'm like, because Oblivion's a lot more shallow than Morrowind. So, but yeah, it's been kind of interesting. Really, the remaster really has fixed basically every complaint I had with fucking Oblivion.
I haven't played it, but like the one thing that, the obvious complaint that I've seen a lot of people have that seems kind of like legitimate is that the difficulty slider is
Yeah, the difficulty
joke?
slider. Yeah, it
like
the
and not a funny one.
So yeah, the difficulty slider has 5 positions, and the first 3 are there's no difficulty, and then you go up one thing and suddenly you're. But it was that way in Oblivion as well. Like the
Sure, it's
difficulty.
just like
Yeah.
the difficulty slider is just like 2 numbers that get multiplied, right? Why don't they just let you move those 2 numbers around?
Yeah.
It's like enemies take 16 times longer to kill on the highest setting.
Yeah, and they do 16 times damage.
Yeah.
And then like they have that same problem with all of their games like that. There's the same that's a problem in all the Fallouts, like Fallout 3, 4 it's real bad in Fallout 4. Where like you're like, "Oh, okay, so like just all of my damage is 20% and all their damage is 400%, you know?
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, yeah. So like you shoot somebody in the head and they just go, ow, ow, ow. And you're shooting them with like a high power sniper rifle, you know, and yeah, it's sort of ow. So there's this weird interaction in Oblivion Remaster where there's a it's pretty hard to get, but you can get reflect damage.
Mm-hmm.
Or like any kind of reflect effect.
Yep.
So damage that you reflect is modified. So and then damage they reflect is also modified. So you're hitting somebody for, let's say, 100 points of damage is modified down to like it's literally like 20%. And so you're doing 20 damage, and then the damage, and let's say they have 50% reflect. So that 50, so they're taking half of 100 modified down to 20%. So they take 10 damage, and the 50 damage that is reflected back to you is then modified by their damage. So you take like 4 times, like 200%, 300%, 400%, whatever it is, damage times 50 damage on your own swings. So
Yeah. Okay.
I was messing around with that just because I very briefly turned it up because I was like, this is too easy. Let me turn this up. I ran into a monster that had reflect damage. I hit them, and it insta-gibbed me.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's funny, but also oof.
Yeah, I have like 350 hit points or something. So I took, more than that.
I'm gonna hold on 1 second. Here, watch this interaction. Choose me call this deck scam.
Hold on.
My upkeep, their upkeep.
Want to watch this?
Oh man, they had the answer. Okay, never mind. They tossed up the answer. I mean, it's still not good for them. They'd much rather do anything with that.
What was supposed to happen?
Supposed to sacrifice my grief, bring it back with village rights, and pull their card out of their hand before they could play it during their draw.
Yeah.
They could drew a counter spell, but like it's not good for them. This is not a good board state.
There's a card like that in Hearthstone that I fucking hate.
Oh, this deck is toxic. I'm playing in
all I see
standard
is
so bad that I'm just playing the actual high power format now because at least the games are quick and the answers are real.
Yeah. In Hearthstone, there is a card called Dirty Rat.
Mm-hmm.
It costs 2 mana and is a 2/6 with taunt. And it just pulls a creature out of their hand. Puts it on the board. Sometimes, occasionally, this can be very bad for you, the person using the Dirty Rat, because like, what if you pull out like, it's turn 2 and you pull like,
which I'm sure is not relevant to the meta anymore, but
right, but like something like that, something that is really bad. But
yeah,
most of the time people pull. It's like, oh, I like next turn I am going to lay down this win condition, and they just and you need like the battle cry. Like the play,
Oh yeah, that's right. Because in that game, the battle cries are based on casting, right?
Yep. You have to cast them from your hand.
Yep.
And it gets just pulled out. Oh yeah, you don't get your effect.
Oh yeah, that is really good. God, I hate Hearthstone.
Yeah,
I think I've explained my problems with Hearthstone to you before, right?
No, I don't think you have.
My problem with Hearthstone is there is no player agency because the most correct thing to do on every one of your turns is kill all of their creatures so they don't get to do anything.
Sounds about right.
Like, for all of the problems that Magic has these days, and there's a lot, the fact that the defending player gets to declare blockers and you can't just attack my creatures is the most important thing to me in these creature combat games.
there is I think you're right, but for the wrong reason. Does that make sense?
No, that makes total sense. This is just my personal. I hate playing this game because every time I lose, it's like I didn't literally get to make any choices. They just killed all my stuff before I could use it.
So I don't think there's any player agency in Hearthstone because you get decks like Casino Mage, where there's absolutely no way to play around anything because
there's no interaction. Yeah,
it's not that there's no interaction. It's just
I mean you have traps, but there's nothing else, right? Or whatever their counter spells are called. You can't do things during your opponent's turn.
No, you can't do anything on your opponent's turn. There are a couple of traps that do stop spells, but like you can play around. Like you play around. Like okay, I know this person is probably playing this popular meta deck. Yeah. I know that if I lay down a minion, on this turn, like I have to be like judicious about laying down minions because they need to rack up this thing by casting spells on, or whatever. But there's so much random card generation in Hearthstone that you cannot play around anything. It's not as bad as it was. They have backed off.
My problem was always Hunter, where every one of their traps complemented the others so well that it did not matter. You would always pick the wrong one.
Yeah. There are, like you get effects, but like for most of the time, it's like the traps are a good example. Most of the traps are not good, right? They're okay, but they're not like you only have like a deck of 30 cards. So you're like, okay, what do you cut to put a trap in? And then they started introducing cards in the game that just you spend 2 mana. Well, it costs 4 mana. They introduced a keyword called Forge. If you spend 2 mana to like double the effect of a card the next time, it like upgrades the card. Mm-hmm. So there's a card called Titan Forge Traps. You forge it, and then it just summons 2. It lets you it summons traps, and it lets you pick discover 2 traps, which it gives you 3 choices, and you pick 2. So you there's no way to play around that because like you're like, okay, well and it gives you traps that are not in that relevant class because there's mage there's mage secrets, there's hunter secrets. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's
Hunter and Paladin, I think, right, are the 3 that I've.
Yeah, I don't actually think there's any.
They've changed that in the last 10
years. Rogue.
That's right. Yeah.
They added rogue secrets later on, and I don't think there are currently any. I actually don't think there are any Paladin secrets in the core set right now. But like,
it takes a lot longer to boil water than I thought. It still
takes 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm waiting on charcoal to heat up.
But it's like, so you can't play around. It's like, oh, okay, well, that could be any of like 10 different things.
10 things is too many.
Yeah,
that is a lot of things.
And then also you get these decks where people are like, they're just playing solitaire with themselves, where they don't have to interact with you or your side of the board at all to win.
What game is this?
Sure, and again in Magic, like that's fine because there's stuff like counter spells, but that sounds like the most miserable game of Hearthstone ever.
Yeah, so it's
like I'm totally on board that the best modern ever was probably right before they banned Twin, because Twin was a pretty fair combo deck.
Yeah, you end up in situations where, like your only recourse is just to beat them, like to kill them before turn 6, and they get their combo online.
Oh wow, you guys get 6 turns? Jesus, Standard's a 3-turn format now.
So, I mean, it depends. Like they go out of their way to make if something like that crops up and it's a really bad and abusive and prevalent, they might like take that card and add a mana to it to delay it a turn. But then you got like situations where, rogues have coin generations, which gives you a mana. Druids are ramping up to a maximum of 20 mana for, it's like, it's gotten a little, it's escalated a little much, and yeah.
Here, this I'm putting in the main chat. This is no lies detected.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I don't know much about collectible card games. I know even less about like the video game versions of them. I do know recently I saw a guy try to play Slay the Spire in Archie, and that was a bad life decision.
I'll Slay the Spire. It's real good.
How did that
He-
end up?
He had
Like-
never played Slay the Spire
Oh
before.
no.
Oh yeah, that. Could
Yeah,
end
he had
poorly
never
then.
played it before.
Is
I-
person
So
with
that
us
that wasn't
today?
the issue. The issue with Slay the Spire is like there's just not enough rewards for everybody to make it fun for everybody else. Like there's just not enough checks. Like that's the actual issue with
What are
Slay
the
the Spire,
checks?
actually.
The rewards you get after winning.
No,
a
like
fight.
what are the checks?
Oh, there's like I think 29 total, and you get them for there's like 15 for just doing normal battles, and there's a couple for defeating the floor bosses, a couple for the elite bosses.
Okay.
But there's 29 total. Like there's just not that many, and you get most of them pretty quick. So like I wouldn't recommend it just because like there's just not enough. There's just not enough checks to make it fun for everybody else.
I've said this before. It's okay to play different games, but you got to try and keep the number of checks you have in line, kind of, with what everybody else is working with.
I think there's
And
also a concept of velocity of checks.
Yeah.
Like the candle sanity, despite the fact that it puts a lot of checks in Soten, it doesn't take that long. It doesn't take any longer than most normal traversals based checks.
On the
Right.
opposite side of the coin, don't play Super Metroid by itself as your game. Because you
No.
immediately get locked in after one check, and then it's like, okay, where's my morph ball in everyone else's game? Oh, I don't know. Guess I'll sit here and wait. Yeah,
SMZ3 is a much better pick for that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
because you can immediately go into Zelda, and you have just endless things that you can do. I've never been BK'd in SMZ3, but my SM game where I was like, well, I need to like work on something at the same time, so I'll just play a simpler game and then write an exam or whatever, and I just sat there for an hour and a half doing nothing. So like,
One of the
you know,
things that I like, that's actually a surprising problem with Mystic Quest. So you get trapped in the forest.
Yeah.
super early,
Yeah, the one
Yeah.
time I played Mystic Quest, I saw that.
And then so what I did the last time is I actually started with hints unlocked for the coins, the 3 coins, so that like I can say, okay, I'm BK'd now. Where are these 3 coins? I need you to go over here and do. No, actually, what I did was I made sure they were in my world,
Yeah.
and yeah, that's basically what you've got to do.
that solves the problem. Yeah,
That solve the problem. You just make sure that your morph ball or whatever. Is there another thing
Jesus.
in Super Metroid
Yes,
that would
Screw Attack or Speed Booster will get you through that wall.
right?
But I mean, at that point, I'm basically putting like 10% of the major items as one of the first checks because I
Right.
have to. It has to be there, or else I can't progress. And like,
And then what you could do then is you could just do those 3 as an unlocked.
Kingdom Hearts 2 has actually quite a good density of checks, as well as like progression.
That seemed to be an awful choice to me, and I was apparently I seemed to be wrong. Like that just didn't seem like a good game to do.
Nope,
And then-
it's pretty good. I mean, I need to get to a point where I can start practicing some of the harder bosses, like any of the organization data fights, or like just this morning I hadn't tried Sephiroth in years in Kingdom Hearts 2. He's fucking easy in Kingdom Hearts 2.
He is. I beat him. That's how easy he is.
Like I hadn't touched this game. I hadn't touched that part of the game in years, and I still got him on 3 attempts. Like I was able, for some reason, I was just able. I like downloaded the Matrix.
Every tag guy has is really telegraphed and has huge windows to do the thing you need to do.
Yeah, but like Marluxia, which is the fight that I'm trying to learn right now. And
Is that
not
the
even
one
like
whose guns like teleport through? Is that the one that does portal logic with guns?
no, Marluxia is one of the guys from Chain of Memories who died, and
Oh.
he has a data fight in
Yeah,
Kingdom
yeah.
Hearts 2 Final Mix.
Oh,
he's got
yeah. Okay.
He's got a trick where instead of you being able to just like brute force it with healing, you have a doom counter, and every time you take a hit, you lose 1 point of doom counter.
Mm.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I'm not good enough to do that. Like, cause I remember the gosh, Kingdom Hearts 1. I remember going to try and fight. Like, there's like a super boss above the clock tower. I want to say.
Yeah, there's the Phantom above on the Neverland clock tower. Yeah, you fight him over London basically.
And the clock ticks down. If it reaches noon, you die.
Yeah, you have to cast time stop on the clock in order to
I could not
prolong the fight.
Is that bonus boss the one that Gamer Champ literally sounds like they might have physically disabled themselves trying to beat?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I know.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Oh, you don't know? Has also seen that channel? Okay, they do ridiculous challenge runs in like the KH2 Final Mix one. Look, the next run after that, I think they played Final Fantasy 1 literally with their feet because their hands were recovering.
Oh, that sounds awful.
They did a Final Fantasy 1 White Mage only solo, and they did it on an NES Advantage with her feet because her hands were recovering from mashing from either mashing or one of the stupid Kingdom Hearts games she had done.
Like, stories of people like injuring themselves playing video games is
really
always
sad.
It's always amusing to me because it's like it's one of those things that sounds like patently ridiculous, but is actually surprisingly easy to do.
Like, that's why the SM community got rid of 30 megahertz arm pumping, right? Or 30 hertz arm pumping.
Yeah, no,
it's partly because they didn't want to actually hurt the people doing it.
Yeah, no. What is it? Mario Party. That's the only injury I ever sustained playing a video game was Mario Party 1.
Did you send in a note and get the gloves? Did you get the gloves?
No, I did not. But I did get the callus.
Was it on that stupid rafting game where you had to spin this control stick around?
There were a couple of mini games that had that spinny stick, but yeah.
Yeah, that was the worst mechanic. I broke a controller and I also like calloused my hand too as well.
Who are we still waiting on to come back?
Chris was trying to do BRB. Something with thermodynamics.
I have noodles here.
You've successful
thermodynamics were successful.
I mean, I have nurdles too. Y'all are the nurdles.
Yeah, but I'm trying to.
We're not edible.
I'm trying to learn some of these harder boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 2. That way, I can add them into my randomizer life.
So I'm gonna have to go back into the VOD and check. I think I rolled a D4 in the middle and didn't get a 1. But for all the ones that I rolled in a row, the odds of that happening are 1 in 768.
That's not too bad.
Yes.
Things like that happen every day.
1 in 768,000. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
525,600 minutes.
I went and looked at what are the odds of winning the lottery, and not even close to that. So, like, I'm still, I haven't lost
390 million or something.
Yeah, it's 292 million or something like that. So I'd have to roll a few more ones in a row.
And even that's like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent of what it would take to get perfect RNG in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. You're in the quadrillions by that point.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Did you not see Salt's new world record and his breakdown of the math?
I watched it twice. It's so good.
Yeah.
Is that a new video? I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it was like in the last 2 months, I think.
Yeah, just recently. But he'd been grinding it for years.
Oh yeah, he's been grinding that literally like he's been grinding that his whole professional life, right?
Yeah.
Listen, last week I spent 8 hours playing a game where you just walk through a forest and cut down trees. That's it. That's the whole game. And then, like, you go back to your cabin and you lift weights to make yourself better at cutting down trees. It's called Lumberjack.
I can't even tell you the dumb stuff I was doing in Blueprints because Raz would get mad at me for spoiling. But
yeah, don't do that.
There's been some pretty dumb stuff. I have almost 140 hours in that game by the time I'm like, I have to shelf this. I'm not smart enough to get it on my own. I gotta wait for people to catch up and have ideas.
How many hours do I have in it? I've been playing it like constantly, but I spend more time like I feel like my time is split 50-50 between playing the game and then sitting in my monster spreadsheet and just like retyping it and reorganizing it. 56.2 hours, and I'm on day 41.
You're taking your time each day.
I am. Well, yeah. What's really happening is like at the end of the day, I will then spend 2 hours updating the spreadsheet with like, okay, I
Right.
have this idea. Here are some things that I will do.
Courtboard man is stuck in the game too, and he is stuck on something that I am pretty. So he's actually solved the thing you're stuck on, and I think he's stuck on something you solved. So that's like it's so interesting to hear people because like where people are getting stuck on in blueprints. It's actually kind of interesting.
I mean, look, I'm going to level with you here. The chat is completely unreadable because at some point I might want to play a big puzzle game, but not right now. And if I just scroll through chat, it's literally just walls of spoilers that I have no idea if I can ever safely unspoiler. So I'm glad for you, or I'm sorry that happened.
And or yeah.
I'm sure it's a fun game. I think you should all play Expedition 33 though.
That's very high on my list right now.
I'm gonna play that too.
It's a really good game.
I'm gonna run this D&D session first though.
Okay.
Let's everybody come back. Everybody got your snackies and your coffees.
I ate my ice cream.
Very good.
Oh, that's the wrong.
Mine is being brought to me in a few minutes.
Excellent. Only 2 of you face repercussions for your meeting with your first year charge. Geppa.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
You wake up a morning or two after you missed your charge. You tried to hunt them down at their dorm. You left a note to set up another meeting. But you wake up in the morning. You climb out of your tub of goo.
Yep.
And
prestidigitation all the goo back into the tub as I do every morning.
There is a slightly dirty, folded piece of paper having been slipped through your window, and then the window was closed down on top of it to kind of clamp it into place.
Oh, I'm just going to assume that this is Ellen. Until you know what? I'm not in the mood today for her. I'll just leave it there.
Just leave it there. Then Léopold.
Yeah. One of the things that Léopold would have done, if this changes anything, is he would have actually gone and filed he would have like that day filed a complaint.
With who?
I don't know. Like there has to be a complaints office.
Does there?
Ombudsman? I don't know.
Are you saying there's zero bureaucracy on this
campus?
There's
tons of bureaucracy, and it's very complicated, and there's layers of it, and it's different for each of the 5 colleges, and they come into conflict constantly.
Uh-huh.
The question is, who do you go to?
I file it in 2 places.
Mm-hmm.
With the Prismari College, through those official channels.
Sure.
And then I file it with her college.
Okay.
And I get a receipt.
You receive a disciplinary summons from a man named Lord Jesson Windspear. Windspear is the head of the disciplinary council of Darkwood College, which makes him the de facto head of security and discipline departments for the entire school. If you're getting called into his office, you've done something very, very bad. This is, do I walk out of this office expelled kind of territory.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll go.
Of course you'll go, because if you don't...
I mean, who am I, Geppa?
Have any of you, I'm going to assume Leo hasn't, but have any of you run afoul of any of the disciplinary committee stuff yet? I don't think any of you have been caught doing anything adventure related, but has anybody gotten their fingers into some pies? What's been going on? Are any of you criminals?
We're a bunch of good players.
Almost certainly not, I would assume.
No.
Okay.
I mean, Geppa's just too good. Let's be real here.
He's too pure.
Hugo's too nice.
No, he's got too high a stealth score. That's really where I was going with that.
Hugo never misbehaves. He's a good boy.
Leo, you spend about 40 minutes sitting in a waiting area. The student next to you just kind of sobbing quietly to himself.
Mm-hmm.
He gets called into the office. You sit in silence alone for another 20 or 30 minutes or so. The student comes back out, escorted by a Darkwood guard, his shoulders slumped, his head down, taken out of the building. And then you are called into Lord Jessen's office.
Mm-hmm.
Léopold, have a seat.
Yes, sir. And I'll sit down.
You and he looks over a list of names. He's wearing a monocle, which is never a good sign. This is a world where like spectacles exist, and this guy is using a monocle.
Mm-hmm.
Hugo Waters, Genevieve, Alister, Geppa, Dahlia. Dahlia is a year 2 Prismari.
He'd be year 3 now.
Does Leo
Yeah, she went.
make that correction?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know if Brickroad made that error purposefully or not.
So yeah, he's talking to himself as he kind of reads off some information off this paperwork he's got. It's the 5 of you minus this Dahlia. And he starts listing all of the infractions the 5 of you would have had to commit to get into that training dungeon. You went into an off-limits territory. You went out of legal boundaries of, I think it was Silverquill campus. When you were there, you destroyed property. You inflicted yourself upon the ongoing work of other college instruments without sanction. And then he proceeds to list minor infractions that the 5 of you have committed. This Geppa has missed almost 20% of his scheduled classes.
Is that like out of character? Is that actually against the rules?
It's not good.
I mean, like, do they care as long as you pass? Because he passed everything.
Give me an insight check. Because some of the things he's reading are obviously, like, trumped up. Like, some of these things are obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Alister is being dinged for wanton and public nudity. It was during a performance.
Right. How many blips do you have me listed? I have 3 written
I got
down.
3.
Jesus.
All right. I rolled a 2.
2.
So I'm going to use 2 blips.
Okay.
And we're going to see how... Okay, so that's a little better.
Okay.
I'm going to use my D4.
Okay.
Okay, that's an 11 on dice.
Okay.
Plus... It's a 15.
15. The things he's reading out, like, obviously you guys have done stuff against the rules. Every student does stuff that's against it's part of going to college, right? But if the powers that be really wanted to, they could make a nice show of reading all these charges off in front of a group of people that actually would care and do have the muscle to do about it. If the political and academic will were there, these trumped up charges could be blown up into a bonfire. And what would you do about it? You wouldn't be able to mount a defense. Who are you? You're nobody. Anyway, he reads off this kind of list of charges for you and your friends. And then he kind of takes his monocle out, sets it aside, folds up a handkerchief, wipes off his hands. Would you like to speak to anything that I've said?
I do not understand why I'm here.
He makes a note that Léopold does not speak to any of the charges. So I wanted to make sure that you got your invitation. And he slides a gilded envelope across the desk, emblazoned in the front with the sigil of House Darkwood, or of Darkwood College. And he says that your first-year charge, Allie, is being honored. She's being inducted into the Darkwood Honor Society. Essentially, this is a society where she's like being fast-tracked for a lifetime position at the college. And this is unheard of for first-year students.
Interesting.
And you're being invited to her induction ceremony. You would be expected to bring a gift, of course.
I have a question, sir.
Yes.
Will it look badly upon me, like in my performance evaluation for the year 2, that my charge apparently does not? Because, you know, like, it's part of our grade, helping them do their presentation. She said she's exempt.
Yes. What's your question?
Does that reflect? Is that reflected in my final score?
It gives it some thought. It says, let's say that your interactions with Allie so far have been friendly misinterpretations, and proceed from there.
Oh, you mean where she made fun of my ears and demanded I do a roundhouse kick?
And he just reaches forward and taps the unopened gilded envelope in front of you. Dress well, bring a gift. I look forward to seeing you there.
Okay.
So you have the invitation, and Geppa hasn't looked at the note on his window.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to peek into Geppa's room looking for him.
It's up to him if he's there or not.
I mean, this is during the day, right?
Yes, this would be mid-morning or so by the time he gets back.
I mean, I figured I'll probably look at I planned in character to look at the note after classes tonight.
Okay.
Probably.
In that
deal with
case,
her that.
when you get back, it's not from Ellen. Instead, I mean, you had paperwork that you were like, you're supposed to go to this like mentorship program. You're supposed to do the thing, and then at the end you're like, hey man, sign off on the thing that I came and did the thing, right? They're supposed to kind of sign off. You didn't even bring your paperwork, and what was folded under your window and left for you is a copy of that paperwork, kind of crumpled and folded. It's not your copy, and you don't know how any student would get a hold of a copy of this, but it is just signed off on the bottom as though you had attended the meeting by Rafa.
Okay. Kid's got initiative.
The next day, go ahead and refresh your dice, your class features, push your long rest button if you need to.
Mm-hmm.
So the next day is you guys' first instance of small unit tactics with Rex Armada, which is going to be interesting. In like 10 words or less, just like a quick line, what is each of your characters' kind of outlook for your expectations of this class? You'll have decided to take it together as a group, thinking you're working as a small unit on this adventure stuff. That was the kind of catalyst for the decision, as I recall. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's because Geppa thinks they're all my friends.
Okay.
And despite whatever happened during the Play Actors Guild last semester, he does not want to not have a class with his friends. It was not anything more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alister assumes we're still all going to go dungeoning adventuring, and he wants to make sure that everyone knows how to kick ass, take names, and chew gum. And unfortunately, there is no bubble gum.
I don't think gum's been invented in this world, but they're like that's an artificer thing, and gum is definitely magic. So somebody can just get on
Jeannie
that.
will get on that.
Yeah.
Jeannie is working on it right now.
It's-
Coffee flavored gum.
I'm certain that's a real thing.
dangerous.
I'm certain someone's made that.
She somehow ended on Trinus. She met another artificer named Alex who had just invented that, and she brought it back.
Oh yeah, there's lots of different coffee flavored gums out there.
He had to invent coffee flavored gum to get over his to stop smoking.
Yeah.
Alex never stops smoking. Come on, we'll invent the iron lung.
I don't know that it's unhealthy for gnomes. I don't think they can get.
I think, relatively speaking, compared to the rest of the chemicals in his lab, it's not unhealthy.
I think
like
gnomes are just
lead and
immune to
stuff,
carcinogens. Hugo, Rex Armada is not the kind of man who would like dote on a star student. But if he was, Hugo would be a star student because he's got military background. He's aced his previous class that he took with him. He's shown great initiative, and
I didn't ace his last class. I only passed it.
a lot of people didn't.
Fair.
And like, you're just a big guy with a big axe, and what military man would not respect that?
Yeah.
Okay. I have this marked as a Prismari class, I guess.
Yeah, that was another thing that we were like, I think we should all like be in like that way everybody is in a Prismari class regardless. We don't end up in the situation like we did last year where none of us are taking any Prismari classes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There may be 16 or 18 people in this class. And you guys are what, level 4 now, so you might be developing a sense for this. This group of people that you're with, these kind of all reflect as adventuring types. You can kind of surmise that everybody in this room has some class levels. Rex Armada, at the start of the class, he comes in, clean cut, button down, no nonsense, humorless kind of guy. And I knew I had this map open for a reason. I'm just going to have to change it again in a little bit anyway. But he does the pull-down map at the front of the class showing the state of the Republic as of the end of the Unification War, which is pretty similar to what we see here. The main difference would be that there's no city on the island of Brent. It's a ruin at this point. But most of the rest of it...
marked there anyway.
Well, yeah, I've got cities marked on... Well, I have cities labeled on the map. Like the names of the capitals.
Not labeled to be a city, though.
Yeah, I don't have like a dot or something. Yeah. But I don't have that for any of the cities.
Yeah, so
the map is fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's what I'm getting at.
All the other cities that are labeled on the map still exist. And of course, I have Strixhaven would kind of be in one of these squares here in the southern reaches of Urvalia. He's got the pull down map that somebody just won the prize task on the new season of Taskmaster by bringing one of those in.
Yep.
The nostalgic pull down map. He looks out of the class. Some of you can, as a show of hands, who can create fire out of nothing?
Geppa raises his hand.
And so do some of the other students in the class. Who among you can read minds?
Geppa keeps his hand up.
If I were to open my arm with a blade down to the muscle, who of you could stitch it together again without the use of medicine or surgery?
Oh, I can do that.
Geppa keeps his hand up.
We call this sort of miraculous action magic. It is a manipulation of energy in the world that pushes against the foundations of existence. Then he points up to the map, to an area on the map, out in the fields by the lake at, I think it's called Lake Lothril. I'd have to double check, but Lake Lothril. Old Throne is where the New Republic came together during the Unification War, and it's the current capital of the Republic itself. Any of you who knows the history of the Unification War, and he turns and he looks at Hugo. Would you
Hugo
like to summarize the
pops.
battle at Lothril Fields for us? I'll let you do so with a
Certainly.
history check at advantage.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. All right, cool. That's. I've got a kicker for that. I got a kicker die. Ooh, 16.
16. See, you give a good historic summary of that battle. I kind of picture Hugo sometimes as like one of these like obsessed war historians. Like
Yeah.
he would be a Unification War reenactor someday.
Maybe.
He's a LARPer.
Like he could recreate it like figurines on the table.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
So-
I know that guy.
The reason this battle was it was won, the Republic forces were vastly outnumbered, and the Imperial forces from the Endoline Empire were attempting to take the southern edge of the lake to build a fortification there so they could take control of the lake. So the battle had to be taken out onto the fields. The Republic had way fewer men, but they had an elevated position and they had black powder, whereas the Endoline forces had lines of longbowmen. And you give this excellent summary. Do you embellish at all?
No.
Okay.
Just the facts.
Just the facts. Do you get this is an interesting question. I don't know how relevant it'll be. Do you give any credence at all to the Endoline side of the fight?
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of give like an objective historical view of it without glorifying and without. Okay.
Yep.
That impresses Armada. This is why he called upon you. He knew you'd give the exact right answer to this question. Of the other four of you, which of you is most likely to not be paying attention at this point to the lecture?
We haven't done it.
And why is it Geppa?
And why is it Geppa?
Why is it Geppa?
I feel like the Geppas have it. But I'll leave it up. Is Geppa like uncommonly interested in this now that he's
He
no.
is not. I mean, as soon as we got past the magically mend wounds, you lost him. First 3 points completely on board.
Then Geppa, you become aware of a moment where Rex Armada is addressing you, and you realize you got no idea what you were just asked. A minute ago, Hugo was saying something about some old battle that nobody cares about.
Also, I can magically make animals my friends.
The question was, why doesn't magic win wars?
Eva actually thinks about this for a second. Because most people are bad at it.
Most people are bad at firing a powder weapon. Most people can't launch a ballista. Most people can't swing an axe. Most people can't sit a horse. Most people can't plan a logistics train.
I think all of those are easier to pick up in a class on a weekend.
He looks over to Genevieve. Do you believe you can learn to properly plan and execute a logistics train over a weekend?
Well, I think you need a little longer to arrange. And she goes off into the weeds on like a very technical interpretation of the question.
Okay.
But she agrees with the instructor.
Can't magic make that easier?
Well, it would make things easier, but like only small components of it. Like, for example, and same thing.
Okay.
As long as he lets her talk, she'll keep talking.
He'll
She'll
let you
stop
talk. He's
immediately.
interested.
Yeah.
Give me an insight check, actually.
I might have a D4 for this. Hey, look, it's not a 1, it's 2 1s, but they're together, so that makes it okay.
So it's an 11?
Oh, here's another 1. It's all 1s, but it's 11. I have a 12.
Okay. You're not sure exactly why, because you don't have the military training. This isn't really your field. But when you say that magic can improve upon like this planning in small way, you realize from his reaction, you're on the right track. You're going somewhere with this, but you're not totally sure where.
Oh,
So
wait.
She keeps
Because
talking.
magic users are all weird, eclectic freaks, and you can't get them to agree on anything or work as a group.
I get some laughs from the other students. Make a straight popularity check.
He's not wrong.
No, he's not
Yeah,
wrong.
He is not wrong.
Drawing on personal experience, that's an 11.
Yeah, you get some class clown cred from that statement. Armada brings the din back down. He says, in historical warfare, steel and powder and men defeat wizardry and miracles in the field every time, consistently, for centuries, on every scale of warfare. If people can create fire with their minds, if they can make the earth turn to mud, if they can turn the weather, if they can create food and resources out of nothingness, why does magic not win wars? He turns to Alister.
There's not
to
enough
get an answer.
magicians.
Alister says there's not enough magicians?
There's not enough wizards. No matter how powerful the wizards, you overwhelm them with tens of thousands of troops, he's eventually going to go down. It's a numbers game.
He gives you a little nod. He says, Dean Darkwood broke the mountains, ripped the earth asunder here, using magic to found Strixhaven College. And yet, if you walk 10 miles in any direction, down to the lowland plains, towards the city of West Keep, further north into the highlands, the earth would give no indication that anything had happened.
Professor, I do just like, okay, this is like, you got me. I'm curious. What about the fall of Brennanine?
Fall of Brennanine. Who would like to summarize the fall of Brennanine?
Genevieve meekly raises her hand.
What is Genevieve? I like this because this is the only player that wasn't there.
Yeah.
What does
But I
Genevieve
did
say?
see. She gives a rousing summary of the first 12, 13 episodes of Flumph 5 that I did watch.
Yep.
So I know enough about like the meteors fell and there was a mist that swarmed over the entire city as it lay in ruins.
Geppa, for probably the first time ever, looks a little bit uncomfortable when you're talking about the meteors specifically.
Yeah, but Genevieve, that was one city. Meteor Swarm didn't take out the entire country.
It was a big city and a lot of people.
It was the seeds that breaks forms of organization. It breaks the ability for command and control to.
And yet here we are speaking for Niskin. So clearly that didn't work.
Well, technically it did work. We have a different government. Like,
It is true.
We're a different nation now, technically.
It's a different nation, but it has the same name and it has the same seats of power and it has the same provinces.
And the church is still in power.
The church is in decline compared to what it was when Brennanine fell, but yeah, it's the same church.
But it's not the same government. The government fell.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, the president and the leading council was overthrown.
But how
Those
many
that-
people? But how
the
many people?
ability
did
The
that-
you
council, or not the
like?
country, though. The war was not won by the attackers. The attackers took out a city. They made a temporary complication, but the country survived because the country is larger than a couple wizards.
I mean, it wasn't won by the country either. It was won by a group of ragtag underdogs who
And
hit on an
the
island.
the founder and also the founder of this university.
And weirdly enough, there were exactly 108 of them. That's strange.
Yeah,
That's really weird. That's a funny number.
and they fought the invaders
Hugo.
until
Sir,
He's going to call on you a lot during his classes.
I bet.
Why was the sack of Brennanine a loss for the Endoline Empire?
Well, as I said, the For the Endoline Empire.
Yes, the attackers. Why was it?
Um,
They achieved their goal of destroying Brennanine, but why did they gain nothing from doing it? Is what he's asking.
show of power that ultimately all it really did was galvanize the other provinces and the other cities.
God, that is
against
exactly the right answer. That is the you can tell this man has played some Suikoden in his day. Magic on a scale that can turn the tide of warfare, as was seen during the sack of Brennanine, leaves no chance for survivorship, mercy, or resource reclamation. Brennanine was leveled, ancient and important structures were destroyed, resources were burned, food stores, supplies, military assets. The Endolines sent their own men into town who died during the meteors. They cut themselves off at the heel. The show of power gained them nothing in the end. And that level of destruction creates no winning side to warfare. During the unification, there were 3 other magical catastrophes that were averted in various theaters of fighting. Does anybody know what these were?
What was the question again?
There were 3 other magical catastrophes on the scale of the sack of Brennanine that were thwarted during the unification war.
Genevieve would raise her hand and answer what I would have to roll for. The player doesn't know.
I'll give you a history check at advantage because you idolize Eugenia Veritas.
Oh,
She wasn't there though.
No, she wasn't.
21.
21. Ruby Veritas, who is remembered as one of the heroes of the Unification War. She's like the 4th or 5th star of Destiny, probably. There was a plan to cripple the Republic's, essentially their air force, by poisoning their Griffinlings in Losteria, which Ruby Veritas uncovered, and with a small group of people managed to cut off the threat once it was learned. And I would say that Genevieve knows all about that, because she would know everything about the Veritas household.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but sure. In this case, that she knows about that.
Okay. In the case where your enemy wants to wage destruction on a scale that magic makes sense to use in warfare, it cannot be countered with a line of longbowmen, and it cannot be countered with more magic. What then is it countered with?
Something surgical? Genevieve says, like a small group.
Tactics.
Small unit tactics? Is that the answer you're looking for?
Yeah. She's like doesn't want to say the obvious answer, which is the name of the class.
Right.
But like she's like leaning it towards that.
Counter spell?
Counterinsurgency?
That is the right answer, though. Intelligence.
Counterspell?
No, small unit tactics. It's the name of the class. I mean, counterspell might be involved.
Counterspell is generally thought of as an intelligent. Yeah.
A small group of people that control the power of an entire battalion of soldiers. Spellcasters, magic users, relic seekers. People who bend reality on a scale small enough to prevent destruction from being unleashed on a much greater scale. Imagine if Ruby Veritas had known about the meteors even 12 hours before they fell.
Oh, that one stinks.
That one stings a bit.
For the record, that part of your all's involvement was kept out of the history books. That was never
That's
written
true.
about. And then
We tried.
he groups the class up. He makes 3 groups of 5 or 6 people in a group. So the 5 of you are in the same group because, of course, you are.
Of course we are.
And he places a map on each of your groups. He says, outside of the city of Westkeep, there is an ancient tower, the ownership of which has been debated amongst the nobles of the area. Petty lords looking to increase their holdings. But recently, the tower has been inhabited and fortified, and large amounts of magic have been detected on site. Last night, the rulers at Westkeep received a threatening missive that they are to turn rulership of the valley over to the inhabitants of the tower, or suffer damage on a scale that has not been seen since the fall of Brennanine. And he shows you... Why do I have so many maps open? I wasn't even using maps this session, hardly. Here we go. He shows you this map.
Ooh, that's a nice map.
You know, from that description you gave, I genuinely thought, are we about to do a hatch open? Like, oh no.
Just made my nips tingly. Anyway, he shows this map.
Sorry.
So this is an outdated map, an outdated blueprint of the structure from a time over a century ago. We have no way of knowing what sort of fortifications or magical protections might be in place since. As you can see, it is built upon a standing hill that rises from the surrounding lowlands, and the main source of approach is a narrow footpath that winds up along the rocky ledge around the side. Now, he motions to each of the 3 groups of students in the class. You have 18 hours to neutralize the threat in this tower. And he walks back to his desk, leans upon it, rests his head in his hands. I suggest you get to work.
So you want 3 groups in this tower at the same time?
No, he's giving you he's giving you a
about-
class assignment. 3 groups in the class each have the same class assignment.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
you're
we're actually to go out to this tower.
no,
That's
this
the
is
intent.
no.
No, this is a
Oh, it's just an exercise.
Yes.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought we were actually going to go take over the tower because Alister was all prepared to do that.
I also thought that, and I was like, 18 hours is not a lot of time to get there.
I mean,
I was like,
it probably is a real place, and it probably is an actual historical blueprint of the site. And it's probably true that petty lords have been bickering over who owns it for a century. But as far as you know, there's not an actual cataclysmic wizard king declaring himself from this. And even if they were, this would not be the way they solved it. Is, hey, let's get these 4th level students together.
Alister
I mean,
looks
this is Final
really-
Fantasy VIII.
Yeah, Alister looks really, really upset when he finds out we're not going to the actual tower.
Next time you guys have leave, you can go take a field trip out to the tower if you want. Hugo.
Okay, so
sir.
I mean, I want you guys to have a group discussion on how you would approach this. But first, I want Hugo to make a... We can continue calling this a history check.
Okay. I already used my 1 die on this. So, oh, that's a 15.
15?
Yep.
Before you and your gang start to discuss how best to approach this, you know that the 4 things you need to do before you can plan an excursion like this: identify resources that you have, identify potential entry points into the structure, properly identify the threat, confirm that it is a real threat, and then 4th, have a clear goal of what success on the mission looks like. You guys can like draw all over this and make notes and...
So one more time, Brickroad. There was resources that we have to our hand.
Yeah, paste this in the chat too. Identify
an
resources,
entrance.
identify potential entry points, properly identify the threat, and have a clear goal. There you go.
Thank you.
Ooh, Discord turned that into bullet points. That's fancy.
Nice. How flammable is the tower?
All right, so what if I make a bird my friend and we send the bird to scout?
I gotta plug in my tab.
What do we?
Do you have that capability?
Kind of.
Blow the tower up with a meteor. Nobody has it. The best. That's kind of what the Endeline forces did to Brennan.
Yeah.
We don't need a
Listen,
second.
the best compromise is when neither side is happy, right?
So,
Yeah, bird to be my friend. It's the I don't know. Birds aren't that smart. I don't know how many of them talk to. So like getting them to be useful scouts is a little questionable. But I can definitely get some information from a bird.
how difficult would it be to climb up that and not like directly up the
I
stairs?
could do it.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
anybody
you could.
do it.
Yeah, you could infiltrate that pretty easily. I think.
Yeah.
Let's see.
If we do it at night, people probably won't even see me do it coming.
Yeah.
Like most of you guys, no offense, can't see shit in the dark.
It's
Yep.
true.
I'm working on an invention for that.
Well, okay, let's go down Hugo's list, right? What resources do we have? We have us. Do we have anything else? Just us and our gumption?
We could bring like rope and stuff.
Yeah, by
You think,
resources I mean like equipment, class features, spells. What do you guys have access to as a small strike unit? As like a
Look, I could probably convince Ellen to come along, but God, do we really want to deal with that on a trip this long?
I think you're right, Kenny. She knows how to use
Kind of nice to have her there. Not bad to look at.
I mean, we just turn Geppa invisible, send him up the side. He tells us where the guy is, and then we all
So what if
sneak
the guy?
in,
What if the
right?
guy can see invisibility?
Well,
I mean, I'd also be hiding conventionally, so he has to both see invisibility, see in the darkness, and not be able to pick me out of in the middle of the night as I creep up there. That's
Well, what
that's
if he
three
has?
ways. That's three
What
things.
if he has an alarm spell set that's going to trigger as soon as you get close enough?
Oh, that works actually. I don't have any good way around that. Can any of you figure out where alarm spells are?
I mean, you just detect magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Oh, you don't have Arcana?
Nope.
Okay.
Aren't you a
I mean-
sorcerer?
Look, I ask my blood to do things and it does things. If I ask my blood to if there's an alarm spell on your desk, all it says is bubble bubble. I think that's what blood says. I don't know. It doesn't usually tell me things.
Listen,
Until it does.
what he's saying is Arcana checks are for nerds.
I knew a guy once who played a
Thanks-
paladin to like
thanks,
level
Neri.
16 and never got religion as a skill.
Hey, I was only level 14.
Well,
I made up for
I
it this
mean,
time. I
at the-
had proficient
so
in it.
worst-
in the campaign. I
worst
don't
case
remember what it
scenario.
was.
Between me and a bird, we can get a pretty good idea of what's going on.
What is the worst case scenario?
Worst case scenario, I can force the door because Hugo flexes a bicep.
well,
Wait, worst case scenario for entry or worst case scenario overall?
Just for entry.
Okay, I didn't know the scope of the question.
Okay, so the door is trapped. You force it open.
so we have. Here's what. Okay, I think I have an idea.
Mhm.
All right. So the tower. So they're expecting word, right? That's part of the scenario.
They gave 48 hours or else they're going to make good their threat.
They are expecting a reply. One of the resources we have is somebody who likes to run their mouth, and Leo points at Alister,
Well, you want me to be the messenger?
and two people who look very imposing in armor, like they would be bodyguards, and I point at the two of you.
So you just want to walk right in the front door?
And we
It's
have
not a bad idea, really.
No,
we
it's
have
not.
we have two people who are good at getting in to places they shouldn't be. I'm not quite as good as Geppa, but
So how long is it going to take these wizards to cast their spell to do massive amounts of destruction? Do we know?
You guys haven't even identified that there is a proper threat. That was one of the bullet
Right.
points that Hugo pointed out.
Yeah,
Yeah, they could be
It
a
could be
lot.
bluffing.
Yeah.
they could be.
Oh God, what if we have to get a key and then make it change shapes?
Well, we already did that.
So, I mean, we could
So
split.
first off, so we need to see inside to see if there's even a threat. So we can do that either with Geppa going in, or I'll just walk in the front door. That would work.
Well, I mean, that's
No, it's not a bad idea.
it's the reasoning behind that is we have 2 teams. We split the party,
Mm-hmm.
I can
'Cause
keep us
the,
mind linked.
right? And then like down here we have the distraction team, who are like you could like we're fishing for. And not only are we distracting the group, we're fishing for information from 2 different locations. Like one team is searching the tower, and
I'm still in favor of blowing up the tower and solving the problem. But this is good. This is good. This is a good alternative.
So what
Well,
team
Alister,
sneaks in and
Where-
searches the tower? What's the other team doing?
they're interacting with the
Why don't we go ahead and
the terrorist.
put your markers on the map here, where you imagine like. So you've got Alister, Genevieve, and Hugo together, like on the first floor at the entrance.
I assumed we were coming in like here. Like,
The-
hello, would you like to buy some
Yeah,
Alister?
we're gonna knock on the front door.
That is the main, and like at one point there might have been an entrance directly into the tower structure, and then it looks like kind of a wattle and stone cabin structure was built on the outside of it. But then we've got Hugo
Yeah.
and Geppa breaking off, climbing the outside wall, and trying to infiltrate the tower.
Brick, can you drop a pawn in here?
Sure. How many would you like?
I just need 1.
Yeah. There you go.
That's the way. That's when we're looking at the map. That's the way. Geppa says it too when he asks for an extra.
Oh yeah, no, there's materials around. Like he's got little standees he can put out. He's got one of those, I don't know what they're called, one of the cool little like wooden handle things where you can like manipulate the pieces without having to reach across the map.
Oh, you just shove an army forward.
Yeah. So cool.
It's a T on a stick.
I love it.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna have to. I'll talk to Ellen, and if we're not fighting that week, she can come with us. She'd be really good at sneaking into places. She's better than I am at it.
this table would be really cool for playing creatures in caverns.
Genevieve meekly raises her hand and says, I'm actually really good at sneaking too.
You want to be on the sneaking team or the looking buff team?
She had, well, for the record, Genevieve has a +3 with advantage, even in her armor, if she is doing infiltrator mode.
I've got a +5 and I think some
Yeah.
D4s.
I've got a +7.
That being said, we've seen what advantage does to my dice.
I don't know, like you just got your armor is like I picture Jen's armor as being slightly intimidating. Like you just
Well, I mean, I have 2 modes for it, and I imagine like one of the modes is like Samus's body armor or power armor because it doesn't make a lot of noise.
morph ball.
Why do you think doing 2 teams of 3 makes the most sense? So unless you want to come on stealth and we want to send a gun with Alister.
I mean, what is? Oh, Ellen, right? Ellen Veritas. I was gonna say who are you?
Well, this was my suggestion if you didn't want to bring Ellen.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do
I mean, I
want to bring
don't,
Ellen,
but-
I actually think that like this is a good idea. I just don't
Yeah,
know
I mean,
how
she's
reliable
really good at
she
that. I'm
is.
sorry. I don't. Look, she's the
Yeah, just
most
bring Ellen.
annoying person on the planet, but boy, she's good at getting into places she
Hey,
shouldn't be.
The reason I suggested 2 and 3, which before this was brought in, was because if you're interfacing with the people, they're more likely to be
Yeah.
all concentrated down there. Therefore, if a fight breaks out, you know you'll be less outnumbered.
Hugo.
I think that this is perfectly good down here, but I'm
Armada's
worried
going
this-
about the room to each of the tables in turn, kind of just monitoring the discussion and seeing what's happening. And you become cognizant that he's kind of looming behind you, listening with interest to this discussion on bringing in this 6th person into this strike team.
Because we have allies.
He doesn't seem to be passing any judgment, but he's definitely taking interest in the idea that you're counting on outside allyship for the mission like this.
I don't see why that would be a problem.
Yeah, it's the whole reason you have allies.
It's not
Bring-
necessarily.
Yeah, you phone a friend.
Yeah, when you have a problem. You ask an
Call in a
expert.
favor. Yeah.
Ask
I
an
mean,
expert.
friend isn't exact. Let's not even try and label it.
Frenemy.
But here's the real question, Leo. So we have this plan. We go in there. Let's say that my group gets to the top. We start having discussions, and then your group comes in from the side, and then the plan just goes sideways. I feel like no matter what we do, a lot of people are going to end up dead.
I mean, that them living was not part of the stated goals, was it?
Who is them in this context? The people that are being threatened by these guys?
Well, the people inside the tower that are taking it over.
Right, yeah. I don't get the I don't understand the
So
part of the objective is that we have to identify if they are of a threat.
Mm-hmm.
And bringing violence doesn't really go toward that end.
But our objective is to neutralize a threat. If there is
Well,
one,
no, we need to have a goal, right? That's one of the things.
Yeah.
So
What is our goal to just go in and take out whoever's there? Is it to try and
so is our goal to find out if they can make good on the demands? If they can, does our goal become stopping them?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, that's our objective. We have X hours to neutralize the threat.
So we're going in to execute.
Weapons and equipment OSP.
I mean, we don't have to
If our goal is to go in there and kill whoever's at the top, what if they're not actually a threat, but our reaction causes them to become violent? What if they're actually in the right in this situation, and we go up there and then they attack us, even though they are morally correct?
That's not relevant to what we've been asked to do, which is the most lawful answer I can give.
It's a good question, but unfortunately, Leo is given the proper answer.
So
No, I think that's really important. I think if they're like, if it's actually a death ray pointed at some demon somewhere, and if we don't fire it, it's gonna kill everyone, we should probably get them to help them fire the death ray. But if our bosses are wrong, you can't trust everybody. No, that's not fair. You can trust people. Not everyone is right.
Or it could be that this story about the tower, maybe the ones who are ordering us to go in there are actually the evil ones, and the ones inside are the lawful owners of the tower, and we're being tricked.
Then why are you working for them?
Because we don't know we're being tricked.
We're not going in to murder everybody, but we can't say that that's off the table. That's what we're trying to say.
But it fundamentally changes the goal, because if our goal is to go in there and try and take them alive, we'll have to do one set of things. If our goal is to plan to kill them, we'll have to make different preparations. So it's important.
I mean, we go in with the intention of neutralizing them, and then
But Leo, if our intention is to neutralize them, why don't we just take out the tower?
Because we
don't have the resources for that.
Where do you plan on getting a?
Can you sing the tower into a pile of rubble?
Kenny knows how to work with explosives.
On the scale to take out a tower? Why would she have that?
I mean,
have you met Kitty?
We stayed with her family. I didn't see any bombs in her garage.
Oh, she didn't show you those? She was really proud of the one she showed me.
Armada leans forward and asks, "Who is the mission leader?" He looks around the table, making eye contact with each of the five of you.
Genevieve looks to Hugo and says, "Well, we've always asked Hugo to be our leader."
Well, I mean, I may not be the best mind for this, especially if we're going with this plan. Then it would seem that Alister would be the one to communicate and distract our target while the others are infiltrating.
People look to Hugo, and then Hugo name drops Alister as being in command of the unit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then this particular
Armada
situation
stands up,
straightens
his back, squares his shoulders. This is Commander Alister. You were given 48 hours to complete this mission, and you have spent 20 of it on philosophical debate. At which point, he goes to one of the other groups.
Yeah. Huh? Good pep talk. That's what planning is.
Is it?
I mean, it was waffle, Alister. Let's not mince words about it.
So at this point, have you
Listen.
identified your resources?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you identified your entry points?
Yep.
I mean,
Do you have a
here-
clear
Yeah.
goal?
That's what we're philosophizing about.
this is
Yeah, we need to
it's
stop
fine.
philosophizing and actually come up with our.
Fine,
Come
we'll
on,
go
with
in and kill them. That's fine. We'll leave the tower intact.
don't-
We'll go in. We'll assassinate them. It's fine.
We don't
I
have
see
to.
you drawing that. There we go.
Nobody said anything about killing them. Like,
That is not properly identifying the threat.
we were tasked. Yeah, we were tasked with finding out if they have the case. So like this is
Are we identifying or neutralizing?
one does not.
Yes.
One doesn't necessarily stop the other. Like if
Yeah.
we get there and we identify that, for example, they have a like a dead man switch, right? Or they have the capability to remotely do this or that or any number of variables, and we would need to stop them, then yeah, we beat them up and tie them up and take them back. Or we get there and they don't have it. We beat them up and take them back. Or like the only way to stop them from doing this is to kill them. Then we kill them and we tie up their bodies in case there's a necromancer around and we take them back.
Sounds like violence is your solution then.
Well, we're not.
What if we
won't-
get there and they're all in the thrall of an unseelie demon?
Then we beat up
They're
the
working-
demon. Then we beat them up, tie them up, and then beat up the demon. Like I don't see where this is a problem.
Genevieve's gonna like check out of this philosophical conversation
Yep.
and
Yeah.
lean over to Geppa and ask him, "Hey, what can you do with animals? Like, could you see through their eyes or something?"
No, I can mostly just talk to them and be friendly.
I wish we had a
Would you
druid
like
that could
to-
turn into a spider.
Could you like send a rat in the tower? Because like,
Yeah, but it wouldn't have like any supernatural power. It would just be a rat that's my friend and then comes back and tells me things.
One
That's
by
what I said
one.
with the bird. See?
wouldn't that get us enough information? More than a bird. A bird inside is kind of weird, right?
One by
Birds
one.
are-
As you guys are just having this discussion, Armada goes to each of the three groups and places down a folded piece of paper on the first table, goes to the next group, puts down two folded pieces, comes back to your group and puts down two folded pieces, and then walks away again.
I'll look at the paper.
Hugo
Looking at the
picks up
paper,
one.
Hugo, the paper he sits down in front of you, explains that interfacing with the nobility, which was your plan going into the bottom floor here, they're extremely friendly. They seem to be traditionalists and Republic loyalists who have valid grievances against the ruling houses of the province. Geppa,
Mm-hmm.
the one that's placed in front of you because you guys climbed up the tower to infiltrate as they were
Yeah.
distracting downstairs. In the top of the tower, in a stasis field, is a large chunk of unidentifiable ore that is radiating heat.
Jen, we have a technical problem.
She reaches into her notebook and starts flipping through. Looking
Describe
for-
it to you over the mind link. Please provide options.
Can I actually have Arcana trained? Can I identify? I just want to see if. I don't think Leo is probably has the technical stuff to like disarm this, but I just want to see like how active it is and what kind of magic it is.
The paper just
Like, it
describes
could-
it as a chunk of ore in a stasis field, unidentifiable to you, that is radiating heat. It is an unknown
Okay.
substance.
Yeah. So
Definitely,
Alister is-
definitionally, in the exercise, it is unknown.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I think the best thing to do here is I mind link to Jen, who's going to have the best chance of beating the stasis field in terms of the technical knowledge, and then I'll verbally relay the instructions to Ellen, and she can bring down the field. She has the physical thieves tools shit to actually do work with that. And then while we're doing that, Leo, you should be on the lookout for magical bullshit.
I am
It's a
on the
4-prong attack.
I don't think we should take this out of the stasis field. It's in there probably. If it's radiating this much heat, I would assume it would be generally. Listen, I had to sit through a whole lecture on metaphysics. If it's radiating too much heat, it's probably going to blow when that stasis field goes down.
Before you and
You're not up here.
fiddle with that, no one's up there. We're all sitting around the table looking at paper. Before you blow us up, if Alister will share the information about who the nobles, what is on his piece of paper. Like, clearly, we need to hear their grievances and try and get some information about this device from the people that set it up, because they'll probably be willing to tell us.
But then we should also remove the threat.
The threat might be removable by simply listening to their grievances and trying to, have a diplomatic solution.
Do we think
you're not wrong.
Oh, what the You look back, and one of the other groups has just received a second piece of folded up paper. This one, black paper. And whatever was printed on it, apparently that group did not like what they saw. One of the kids stands up from the table, shoves his chair in, takes a step towards the back wall, and just crosses his arms, glaring at the rest of them.
Do you think we can do something to block access to the 4th floor now that we're up here to neutralize any problems with the... I'm gonna call it a death orb. I'm gonna just call him how I see him. Fiery death orb.
Agreed. Can we spike the trap door, it looks like? Or wait.
And then a folded piece of black paper hits the table in front of Geppa.
See, you screwed with it and killed us.
I mean, we haven't touched the thing yet, thankfully.
I open the black paper.
It says that you have not properly vetted this 6th member that you brought in the team. Turns out she's an enemy agent. She just shot you with a crossbow. You're dead, and she's taking control of the orb. And you're directed to go stand at the back wall.
Yeah, no,
that checks out.
I think I'd be wounded more than dead. I think she would get bored if I were dead, if we're gonna be honest, but you're not far off, man.
Hugo, or Leo, it's up to you to spike the axis.
Well, like the stuff got cut off. So
I'm gonna mentally ask for X. Can I be a spooky ghost for the rest of the encounter?
There are no ghosts in this exercise.
Okay, thank you, sir. Geppa is gone, by the way. He is now bored.
Yeah, check back out. He's like, man, unless I'm gonna do this for real.
So, okay, so if Ellen just shot Geppa, Leo's up there with them. What?
Like, the orb.
Well, they fight to the death.
They fight to the death up there then.
Wait, which I would win because she's a rogue and she can't.
She doesn't have an ally for sneak attack. Yeah.
I mean, for purposes of this exercise, she's a level 9 assassin pretending to be a petulant rogue who torments Geppa, but she's actually an enemy agent.
Okay, makes sense.
So
So
while they're doing with that, Hugo and Genevieve, we have to try and get a diplomatic solution if these people have valid grievances.
No, we don't. That's outside the scope of what we were sent here to do.
No, it's not. It's precisely in scope because we were sent here to neutralize a threat. That does not need to be a violent solution.
If I lose my mind link with Geppa, I would know he has died.
Oh yeah. You can proceed on the assumption that everybody knows Geppa has died.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Leo is probably in great danger.
I would say at
that point we throw out all pretense and we charge up the tower.
At that point, the second table in the room cries of exasperation as their map on the table suddenly flares up and burns to a crisp. And Armada nods to the back of the room, and each of the kids in that group saunters on over to the back wall.
What I would like to... we don't have any, obviously I can't, see the... I just have the description of on a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to... I guess what I would do in this situation is take the orb from her and try to put it back in the stasis field. And then fight her off.
And then the plan
Never mind the
downstairs
whole-
is to drop pretense and charge.
No.
That's Genevieve's idea.
You just said
because
that what it was.
That's what Genevieve
Oh,
said.
That's what Genevieve said it was.
Genevieve's idea. That's her proposal.
So there's no,
No.
so nothing. So downstairs is still chaos and disagreement.
Downstairs, nobody's listening to Alister, even though they said he was in charge. So
Nobody's
Alister-
listening to Genevieve either.
Alister, what's your thought? You haven't spoken up.
Because we found out that this group of people has a legitimate grievance. The best way to avoid them detonating the bomb is to hear them out, find out what they actually want, and see if we can solve that without resorting to violence.
So
they
I got a
don't remotely
14 on my
trigger it.
attempt to, sorry,
On your attempt to what?
sneak out of class at that point.
No, nobody stops you from sneaking out of class. You could slip out the door if it's not interesting anymore. Seems like a very Geppa thing to do.
Yeah, if this group of nobles or whoever it is we're talking to doesn't want to try a diplomatic solution or starts getting hostile, then we can drop pretense and kill them. But we want to make that the last resort to try and buy as much time as we can to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
I would like to point out that we don't, of course, they don't know that, but you're like, are you going, I'm like, the question I'm asking is, are you going under the pretense here to, because this is a learning exercise, I eyeball the teacher, are you going under the assumption that you're doing this to what, like placate them? Because we don't actually have any power in this scenario to make any meaningful change to do any to make these guys happy in the long run. We were like, in this scenario, we're a strike team that was sent here to stop them from causing a cataclysm.
No, we were a strike team that was sent here to find out if there was a threat and what the threat was, as we stated in the goal.
And we found out they have a bomb upstairs.
At which point,
There
have a
is a
bomb.
threat,
and
A
our
second-
team is currently in danger.
a second black envelope hits your table, informing you that during the discussion, the people you're quote-unquote negotiating with get the upper hand, and Alister and Hugo are killed in the fray. They're directed to the back wall.
Hugo sighs, walks to the back room.
Alister throws his hands up in frustration. Not what would actually happen, but sure thing.
You're arguing with the instructor at this point?
Petulance isn't real. Petulance is really lame, Alister.
Armada
You know damn well we wouldn't die that easily.
takes his position at the front of the class again, calls everybody back to their seats, except Geppa, who is taken off for the day.
I'll share my notes with him.
And he
Full
says
of, like, cartoon
that
characters and stuff.
at least he enumerates the various mistakes that were made by the three groups. Your group placed trust in an unvetted and unknown sixth unit that was brought into your group. Your group engaged in philosophical discussion rather than follow the orders that you were given. Your group split your resources in such a way that seemed like a good idea at the outset, but became a liability partway through the operation. And you fell prey to the distracting element of negotiation when that was not a stated goal of the operation. You were there to reduce this threat,
Thank you.
to identify and neutralize.
You hear Leo says,
Genevieve gives Leo a high five. Like,
Yeah.
they were on the right track. And they survived, she says.
Well, you're prisoners now.
We survived!
So, teacher, you're saying that our solution to a problem is to blindly follow orders and not think for ourselves?
that's not
yeah!
what no, that's not
Genevieve.
that's not what the
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, that wasn't what the exercise was, Alister. Like, he gave us all the freedom in the world to go in and do this. But, I mean, I do disagree with some of his assessments about what happened and things like that.
He says that the ability to think freely, to make decisions, to keep an open mind about one's surrounding. These are excellent qualities for an agent to have in a scenario like this. They would be terrible qualities for a soldier, but you aren't a soldier. However, the sort of debate, Alister, that you became mired in, do these people have legitimate grievances? Should we hear them out? Should we... And he just kind of repeats back the various arguments that you made. In a situation like this, that would have been a conversation you superiors would have had in a planning room before you were called in. Those determinations would have already been made. And if you are the kind of mind that functions better on those decisions than in the field like this, then perhaps that's where you belong, in a position of command, but not on an operation.
That's why I didn't sign up for the military.
But you did sign up for his class.
I was bullied into it.
He was bullied into it. He says that all of you have, except Geppa, because he's not here to be addressed anymore. The mistakes that you all made are exactly why this sort of training is appropriate for people at your age and your level of skill. You've reached a point in your careers where you have power beyond just the typical citizenry. Anyone in this room could take a common soldier in a fight, and it would not be much of a fight. It would be effortless. A common soldier wouldn't be able to conjure a lightning bolt, or be able to charm person, or be able to put you to sleep with a wave of your hand kind of thing. And he says we're going to run more exercises like this over the course of the class. And by the end, you're going to look back at this first plan, where you guys have scribbled all over it in colored ink. And there are little skulls where everybody has died. And probably a cage at the bottom where Genevieve and Leo now live.
We're high-fiving each other.
You will look back on this plan, and every mistake you made, you will see how it is a lesson.
No,
Yes.
makes sense. I
raise my hand and say I do actually disagree with one call you made about the vetting of the sixth person.
Mm-hmm.
You part of the thing was identifying resources we had, and this is a person that we know and have a relationship with enough to be vetted. So
Hugo.
Sir.
Sorry, I have to look up a name real quick. Give me another history check.
Yeah. Don't mind if I do. $19.
19. That's a pretty high roll. Armada
Crushing those history checks.
asks you to recount the story of the defection of Wilhelmina Brightly, who was a naval commander of the Endoline forces during the Unification War, who at a point in the fighting, given the opportunity to do so, betrayed lifelong service to the Endoline forces to join the Republic as an advisor and a commander in order to preserve the lives of the people in her unit that had been defeated in the field.
Mm-hmm.
So, Professor.
And you're able to
That's
recount
a great
this story perfectly. It's very well known for anybody who's a history buff. The lesson for Léopold being everybody has a price and a line beyond which betrayal is desirable.
Yeah, Professor, in that case, we can't trust people on our own team. So that whole, just know Leo's right. By that logic, Leo could turn on me, I could turn on Leo, Geppa could turn on us for better tasting liquid. In that point, we may as well not even form a team.
He observes that it looks as though Geppa has turned on you. It seems that he has abandoned the unit.
Yeah, he has.
No,
It's true.
Genevieve points out that, then he would have just dropped the card and said that Geppa became a traitor. The whole point is that we adapt to these mishaps that we couldn't predict.
Indeed.
Right. The thing
That's
that
true.
I take advantage, the thing I take, issue with is the dig that we didn't properly vet this person. We would not have invited them. I use air quotes on invited them if we hadn't at least done the required homework.
I think I think we would have gotten that card regardless of whether we invited Ellen or not.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, yeah.
Genevieve turns traitor on you. Damn right she does, she says. I've been putting up with your guys' shit since I got here.
I mean,
And then she kind of stops and says, that felt kind of good.
She stabs Leo and is like, 6 out of 10 this.
Yeah.
In what sort of spirits do you all leave this class? I get the sense that Leo and Alister are not pleased with the assessment of the instructor.
I'm not pleased with Alister.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think everybody's upset with Alister.
That's the title of our sitcom. There's a star wipe across the screen.
Everyone hates Alister.
Star wipe.
Everyone's upset with Alister.
I mean, like we just walk out like arguing about, listen, man, like when we were in the time for punching and you wanted to do poetics.
You think every time is the time for punching.
That is true. It's always punch o'clock somewhere.
Listen, have fist will travel, but like you've got to, like, in a situation, you got to like look at these scenarios in the sense of the constraints that we're under.
Leo, the real world is not a scenario. Like, you have to be prepared to go either way.
But we weren't in the real world. We were doing a classroom scenario.
I just hope that in the future, if somebody on the team is hurt and you're the only one that can save them, Alister, you don't decide to just talk it out with them.
You got cure wounds. We'll be fine.
It could be me. It could be me that's unconscious.
I mean,
Geppa.
It's very, very flippant about everything, Alister. It's
We have some value. Like, we care about you. You should express that same amount of care for us. Otherwise, you're going to be the one that's the traitor and get the black card.
He did leave your drama club to make a better drama club with a person who yelled at all of you.
She's kind of insinuating that, actually.
Geppa, what do you do when you leave class? How do you spend your...
At this point, Geppa is at this point actually skipping all of his classes until he finds this kid, this Refa.
Okay.
Like he having actually read the note at this point, he's pretty sure he messed up, and he's got to go find the kid.
Okay. Give me a perception check. I'm going to call this DC 10, but I want to know the degree of your success.
Yep. Nope.
Oh no.
Did you roll a 1?
Yes.
A lot of ones today.
So Geppa, you skip your classes for the rest of the day, searching for this kid. You left a note at the dorm where he's supposedly staying. Nothing came of that. Nobody got back to you. You went back to the meeting point where you're like, hey, meet me at this place at this time this morning before classes. Didn't show. You search the various places. You kind of ask around. And at the end of the day, you've just been all over campus. You arrive back at the dorm room. These guys are still arguing about it. These guys are still in the mindset of the operation. Léopold and Alister like have their fingers in each other's faces. And in your bedroom, Geppa, once again, there's a note folded under your window.
What does it say?
This one is written in a cipher. Just looking at it, just looks like gobbledygook on the page. It would have to be deciphered.
Okay.
Is that something Geppa is good at?
Is there any skill involved with that, or like there's, like, look, my character has a lot of inhuman knowledge, so I have I don't have anything on my character sheet that would lead me to believe that he is.
I think a straight intelligence check would be appropriate, but I don't know if you have like spells or class features that might that might kick
Let me
in.
see if any of my spells would actually help with this.
Comprehend languages? I don't know if like cipher's a language.
It specifically says it does not work on ciphers.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Not that I have it. No, I don't really have any magic, so it's just straight int. That makes sense.
Yeah, go ahead and just give me a. This comes up as a 1. I'm going to celebrate.
It's 18.
An 18. You spend a few minutes as your companions are out in the commons, bickering about what happened at the Mage Tower exercise. You key out the substitution cipher. You kind of figure it out. And you key out the layer of shorthand beyond that. And it says, there's 8 lines written. The first line just says, "This is fun." The second line says, "Saw you 6 times." And then the next 6 lines are just places you looked for this rat boy today.
Okay, it's on. So I've got a +7 to stealth, and I would like. Let me see if I have any magic I care about. I would like to not be seen on campus for the rest of the week.
You're going to continue skipping
Despite
classes?
going about my day.
Still looking for the kid?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me know if you want me to roll something.
Yeah,
or
go ahead and give me
Let me know how I can accomplish that.
Give me a stealth check. Let's do a roll off yours
Got it.
against his.
I got a 17.
Okay.
Are you said you wanted to be invisible though, that would give you advantage, wouldn't it?
I mean, I can't do.
That would only work for an hour.
This roll
Yeah.
encompasses his actions throughout the week.
Right.
Okay.
Geppa, a few evenings later, the next note you receive says, "Saw you only twice. No, you didn't stay home. This is still fun.
Did I ever see this kid?
Never."
Jen, do you have any magic for this? I'll
Um,
explain the situation. I'd go to Alister, but you know. I'd be going to Alister for something.
Is that bad?
It just takes a minute. He's not going to shut up about it.
I mean, I can alarm things. I don't think that would help you.
Ooh, wait, no, he's putting the notes in the same place. You can alarm my windowsill, and you would get like what does that do? It rings a bell in your brain when it
Yeah, you
when
get
it
an
climbs there.
alert. Yeah. I could start alarming your. It only lasts for 8 hours though. I'd have to do it every day.
Wait, hold on. Can I do that? I
think
can do
do
that.
as well. Yeah.
Between the two of us, we can do it all day.
Well, you do a bigger area.
I don't think he's telekinetically moving the note. I'm going to assume that he can't telekinetically put the note on the windowsill. So I think if you and I take shifts on alarms, that's a good idea. I should have thought of that. This is why I come to you for help and not Alister. Alister wouldn't have had that idea, would have had a lot that were a lot louder.
Alister would have just been like, drop a meteor on him and blow him up.
That way
Genevieve,
nobody
Yes, I will.
Genevieve says, "Happy to help," and then she kind of walks away and is just like, "Hee hee."
I will.
With this outcome.
Alistair's like, that's not 6 out of. She's like, that's not 6 out of 10 behavior.
I will prepare alarm as a ranger spell. I'm not a ritual caster, but I have plenty of slots to keep it up 24 hours a day.
So, Genevieve and Geppa are taking 8-hour shifts alarming your windowsill.
Yeah, so I got to take out a spell and prepare alarm.
Well, you have you can ritual cast it though, so it doesn't even hurt your slots.
I do have to prepare it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't like just have it. I don't have a book.
Just gonna go ahead and do that. Bring your.
Oh, I like the
Dorman back
caw surrounding Leo's room.
up. Genevieve.
Yeah.
Dead of night. You had a long day. You had classes all day, and then drama club, and drama club has all this infighting right now because they're discussing what the season's performance going to be, and you no longer have Rubina's organizational skills in play. Like nobody's taking charge properly.
Yeah.
You're like, man, if only Alister or Rubina were there. They're not, because you drove them away.
No, that is not what Genevieve thinks. She thinks It's not so bad without them. I mean, a lot more of agreeing goes on, but she recognizes the quality is not quite there yet.
But no, middle of the night after an exhausting day, and you get home late. You get home after Dahlia for once. You're in bed for a couple of hours, and then the alarm goes off in your head.
Immediately wakes up and she opens the window and looks out it.
Out of your window?
Out of her window in this direction.
Do you have dark vision of any kind?
No, but I'm hoping this is within 60 feet and the campus is well lit.
That particular wall probably isn't. 'Cause remember, you're really high up.
We're on the top floor of a tower.
Maybe Geppa's light is on. I don't know.
Is Geppa's
Geppa
light
doesn't
on?
need lights.
Well then,
Oh damn it.
give me a perception check at disadvantage.
Do I have perception on my thing? I do. I have 2 of them. 10?
10?
10, yeah.
You're aware for half a moment that Geppa's window is being carefully closed. There must be someone there, but you just don't see them.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look for motion. If I can, I'm gonna assume that this person's gonna go down. And then Genevieve is there somewhere like I'm 3 stories up, right?
You're more than 3 stories up. I don't think we determined what story you're on, but remember, this is like a freakishly tall tower that should not be used for student dormitories.
If Genevieve can jump out the window, where would she land?
She would die.
I featherfall.
If you featherfall, you would land back down in a kind of unused part of Prismari campus on the grounds.
She's gonna try and jump down. When this guy starts climbing down, she's gonna jump out the window.
Okay.
Yeah, and then she's gonna featherfall. And I don't know if you can control your momentum when you featherfall. Can she like kind of?
No, you can't.
Shimmy in
You
this
can't
direction?
shimmy unless you climb along the wall.
Well, I was hoping that I could like push off the wall, but I mean, I don't know how featherfall. You fall fairly fast with featherfall.
You fall slow enough that you don't take damage, but you can't control the fall.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not. It's not a
she's gonna
double jump.
fall. She'll jump out, and
There should be a double jump spell. I know.
I don't have space jump with my armor.
Right. So you float down to the ground, to like
and then she's
kind of
gonna
an
try and-
unkept part of the grounds on the back side of the fence.
Yeah, I don't know how quiet this is, but she's gonna hide.
You're gonna hide.
Yeah.
Look around for a place to hide, and before you have a chance to hide, you hear a in the ground next to you. Just a quick, like there's something fast hitting the earth a few feet away from you.
Well, I'm gonna chase him because I assume it's him.
You chase him?
I know his name, right? What's his name?
Rafa.
Rafa.
What do you
Rafa, it's you.
And as you move in that direction, what are you wearing on your... I mean, you were sleeping. You have like slippers, or are you barefoot? What's going on?
Oh, she activates her armor as an action. She's now in her armor.
Okay, then yeah, the metal of your armor, the toe of your boot, hits something in the ground, a wooden shaft.
Oh, what is this?
You lean down, it's a crossbow bolt with a piece of paper impaled through it.
She'll read it.
You can't, it's too dark.
There's absolutely no light here at all.
You
Not
have the artificer has a candle. You can spend an action to make something glow like a
Yeah,
candle.
I can light up the note with something like that. Yeah, what is that action?
It just says fun, period, underlined twice.
Yeah, I can light it up.
So yeah,
Where? So it was obviously shot straight down.
Yep. Give me a... Man, what check would this even... Spatial reasoning check? I'll say it's intelligence. Straight intelligence.
That'd be intelligence, yeah. Intelligence 11.
So just 11?
Just 11, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you immediately decided that whoever it was must have climbed down away from the windows. That's the direction you went, and then this hit the earth after you got to the ground. And that's
They
all
probably
you know.
saw me and then took off in some other direction, she thinks. And, damn it, she says.
And then you have to slink all the way back up all those stairs.
Genevieve will shout out, "You're right, it was fun. I enjoyed it." Hello?
There's no response.
And
Jen,
scene.
do you wake me up afterwards?
Yeah, she'll knock on your door.
Jen, we're getting clowned by our first year.
I don't know. Like, he's pretty smart. I think he has potential.
No, I completely agree. Let's think about this instead of just trying to brute force it, because he's obviously somehow better at this than us. Do I have access to his class schedule?
Not legally. But
Can I charm person my way to someone to get access to his class schedule?
It's
Not legally.
not legally.
But what if they were my best? What if the scheduling person was my best friend?
Let me put it this way: if you try that, even if you succeed, the next time Leo gets called into the disciplinary office, there's going to be more charges read.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
By the way, like we had that conversation.
I get 8
like,
hours. That's fine.
I came back and was like, "Yeah, so the disciplinary guy threatened you all. Threatened me with you're all like being expelled, like on the DL."
Like Geppa does not care about that, so I don't. I mean, I can give you the spell DC if you want.
So Geppa, you want to the next day you want to try to finagle Rafa's class
I want to
schedule.
find the lowest ranking person who would have access to his class schedule, and use charm person and my note that says that I'm his mentee to try and get access to it.
Okay. A little bit of social engineering. Give me what's your spellcasting ability score?
Constitution.
This is a weird thing I'm asking for, but we'll call it a Constitution persuasion check.
You got it.
What's a little mind control between friends?
Right.
That was almost an 18. This session is the worst. It's persuasion. So that's just the flat. That's just the flat 10, I think. Yeah.
10. Okay. Nobody's going to give up the class schedule. However, whoever it is you speak to, whoever it is you talk to try to get this information, probably a low-level clerk.
Yeah.
Working student affairs at Quandrix. Apparently, he's been just skipping half of his classes.
That seems neither low nor high to Geppa.
Yeah, like, it's like the guy's like, "Oh, I have his class schedule here, but like I'm obviously not going to share it with you." But it looks like there's complaints from all his instructors that he's not showing up. You say you're mentoring this boy?
I'll show him the paperwork.
He's definitely in need
I'm
of it.
worried about him. I wanted to just kind of like maybe. Okay, if you can't give me the schedule, could you at least just let me know? Can I get the name of one of the mentors, one of the teachers that's complained? Let me just talk to them. Like, I think. Look, I know if we're not human, sometimes people are just a little weird. Most people are really cool. I understand that. He might not yet. I don't know what he's been through before he got here.
So Geppa is expressing like sincere anxiety over this situation. And this low-level clerk thinks this, yeah, sure, I'll give you the name of one of the professors.
Who is my best friend for the next 8 hours?
And then your worst enemy for the rest of your life.
One of the instructors, let me look up her name here, who you may or may not know, is one instructor Tenebrae Blackleaf.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk to Blackleaf at all. I'm just gonna stalk every one of her classes for the next week.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
I'm just gonna watch everyone coming in and out. I'm gonna find nice, good hiding places. I will get invisibilities during the most busy hours if I can.
Who's granting invisibility?
My friends.
I have invisibility.
So Alister is.
Yes, I will go through whatever rigmarole I need to get it from Alister.
Despite his misgivings early, he has to go ask Alister for help. Let me ask this of the rest of the group. Are all of you in on this rat boy scheme at this point? If Geppa comes and like requests more help, is everybody?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Genevieve's invested.
Okay.
She jumped out a window.
Léopold.
Yeah.
Do you plan on attending this ceremony that you were invited to by Lord Windspear? And are you bringing your friends as guests?
Can I?
Yeah, of course.
How many +1s do I get?
It's
4.
a kind of formal, informal gathering thing. So there are going to be people just kind of wandering in and out throughout the throughout the after party, I guess we'll say.
Okay.
Leo, we should. Okay, fine. I'm gonna try and get Ellen to be my date.
Okay.
And she's, a member of a house. She's at this college. She's from a pretty well-established house. Like, this should be really relevant to her.
Ask
It
her
should
if she'd
also be
ever
a
shoot you with a
nightmare.
crossbow. Make sure you ask her if she'd ever shoot you with a crossbow.
Yes. You're saying we haven't done that already? I mean, she didn't hit. Like, it was, 5 feet to the left. Just making a point.
Do you tell Ellen what the ceremony is for? Like,
Yeah,
who's being
absolutely.
honored?
Yeah.
Because Ellen is in Darkwood College. That's her. Your friend is Allie's mentor.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? At least he found hers. I still can't. You haven't seen like a rat kid running around, have you?
She questions your ability to stay on topic for more than 3 seconds at a time.
Is this the first time we're meeting Ellen?
I think right now it's just Geppa speaking with her.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Geppa, she basically thinks it's really, really funny that you have to deal with anything Allie is involved in. And her only regret in the situation is that your friend is acting as her mentor and not you, because that would be way funnier.
Look, you'll have a chance to be really pretty, which I know you like. You can follow me around all night. And I'm sure it will be incredibly inconvenient and for all of us, which is something I know you delight in.
Oh, she'll go to the thing with you for sure. I mean, you've got her at a -3. That's specifically like she'll go to the thing just to.
Oh no! Like,
make
remember, I'm
everything
taking
worse.
the hate fuck very literally on this one.
Right.
That is the goal with this relationship.
However, there's something sincere about her distaste for Allie as a person. This girl is hard to deal with, and I guess Ellen would be in or around her dorm. Like, they would be in closer proximity than any of you are.
Yep.
All right, so the last 2 things that we'll do for the week here. And then next week we'll go back to, like, fighting monsters and finding treasure and stuff. Play Creatures and Caverns, was that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that.
Creatures and Caverns Club. Léopold.
Yes.
So you're bringing your friends to this Darkwood honorary society induction, where a few Darkwood members are being added to their rosters. One of which is this first-year girl, Allie, who, I mean, she's a piece of work.
Mm-hmm.
The others are like people graduating with honors, people who have made significant strides in archaeological discoveries or magical experimentation. One of the professors is getting tenure. Like, this is not an honor that should be bestowed upon a first year. And you can tell that many of the people, especially the ones conducting the ceremony, seem very resentful of this fact. It's like, why are we giving this brat princess the scepter when she has done nothing to earn it?
I ask, if that's the general, I ask Alister, who is the only noble among us. I don't think Genevieve's a noble.
No.
Do you mind doing the, and I make the talking motion that you're good at. Do you mind letting everybody know discreetly that she basically probably bought this honor with her daddy's money, because that's what she did? Because you heard that, you know for a fact that she, bought her way out of the first year thing.
Has Alister ever heard of this person among the other noble families?
You've never heard her family name spoken aloud. She's referred to as Allie. That's just her name.
Mm-hmm.
She's clearly wealthy, but they don't mention her lineage at all over the course of the ceremony.
Does Alister know of any noble families that have that kind of behavior where they don't want to talk about themselves?
It's possible. there's any number of reasons why a noble family might want to send one of their own to a magic school like this, but kind of do it discreetly. In years past, it would be because they wouldn't want to draw the ire of the church. That's not that big of a deal anymore, but it's an avenue of investigation for sure.
Question. You said that Allie... Is it Allie that you described her? Is there something off about her appearance?
She's human, but with anyone who spends time with her, there's definitely something like a strange vibe about her.
Mm-hmm. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
A long time ago, I did independent research, and I have a lore topic. Can I cash that in about Allie?
So does this reflect that you spent time doing the research that Alister is now pontificating about?
I have no idea. It's just an idea that occurred to me. Can I use this?
Here's
Maybe
what you
like
have.
Yeah,
cash that in, cross that off. I'm about to give you the good. All right, we're gonna hook you up.
Spill the tea, sis.
Spill some tea, because Leo you guys are talking in like hushed whispers at your table. Like Leo and Alister are talking about like how can we find out like who she's connected to, and you think about it, and you recall in that independent research, at the time of the school's founding, there were provisions put in place for legacy positions. In fact, one of the current deans holds such a legacy position. Dean Witherbloom is I think, great-granddaughter of the original founder who found the College of Witherbloom. Mm-hmm. At the time those provisions were put into place, Genevieve, Dean Darkwood did not avail himself of such a legacy position, but he also did not relinquish his claim to it. In other words, at the time the school was founded, Dean Darkwood had no issue to follow him as heir. However, he did not relinquish the possibility that an heir might come forward. There is every possibility that this girl is somehow related to Dean Darkwood.
Yeah,
no,
Genevieve just suddenly goes, and then says all that. I think her surname's Darkwood.
That would mean somebody slept with Darkwood, and I don't see that happening. The man is just awful. The man is just awful.
What if Darkwood just budded?
So isn't like his wife and kids dying like the main thing in his background?
No, his wife, he went to hell to... His two boys were playing with a deck of many things and summoned a devil. And Darkwood went to hell to prevent them from going.
Right.
And then when he went back years and years later and they had all grown up, no, his family survived.
Yeah.
And then who knows how many children he had after he got to Sigil. Like, impossible to know. Who knows how many children he had after he got to Ravenloft. Impossible to know. But this was 60 years ago that he founded the college.
Does that mean that you don't want me to, like, ruin the performance of some sort of illusion on the stage?
That would almost certainly not work. You're in a magic college. That would be bad.
I don't understand what you were asking to do. Sorry. Or why Genevieve's involved in this. Somebody asked Alister to convey...
one option would be to embarrass her by putting something illusionary on the stage during the ceremony.
I don't think that would work, and it would probably get traced back to you really quickly because she's the daughter of Darkwood.
I mean...
No wonder she's exempt from everything. Her
Leo,
father is literally the missing dean.
How do you want to handle this, Leo?
It's a good question.
If I'm saying anything incorrect from the lore that I have, like, correct me, please. But
yeah, that is the lore that you've unearthed, is that there is this kind of technicality where there's a legacy position that was put into place, and Darkwood neither availed himself of it nor relinquished it. As far as you know, that proviso is still there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alister, I strongly recommend against trying to fuck with her.
Well,
just because I would hate to see you get in trouble.
We could all get in trouble for that.
I mean, we've already been threatened. Like, they already threatened me to come here. Like, I don't know why we're here. to be honest.
So that you can be embarrassed by her.
Even me?
Yeah.
Oh,
What did
what did I do?
I'll list like the things that he said he did. Like a
Oh
lot
no,
of
you
them,
totally did those.
Like a lot of it is just.
Hugo goes white as a sheet.
I mean,
I believe this is what they call incrimination by circumstance, by association.
Yeah, like a lot of it is. I mean, we did you did break into the thing. Like I. Mm-hmm.
Hugo,
Yeah,
it
but you
is
gotta crack
unlawful
if you race.
to run at full speed across a populated quad while holding a crate filled with hot dogs to get back to the coffee cart on time. You cut across lawns. You hopped over fences to get the
Good
deliveries
Lord.
made on time.
Who the fuck reports that, though? Yes, officer, I'd like to report someone running at high speeds over a lawn.
I feel like if that's the case, like Leo gets speeding tickets like every week.
Well, clearly, there's magical security everywhere on campus. Watchful eyes.
So none of you are going to disrupt this ceremony, correct?
Not
Not with
intentionally,
Genevieve,
but you know,
not-
Ellen and I in the same room aren't exactly non-disruptive presence.
Ellen is very, very pleased by the idea that you have to indirectly deal with this girl. However, she does seem uncharacteristically averse to the idea of messing with her.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
She
I'll
doesn't
ask
want to be
her.
any part of messing with Allie at all. It's not worth it.
Miss Veritas, do you know anything about her? Because like she's already threatened me and my friends, like indirectly. So I would like to know at least a little bit about her.
You hear that, Miss Veritas? That's way nicer than anything I ever call you.
She corrects you, Lady Veritas.
Is that actually correct? If it is, I apologize.
Would Leo know?
No, Leo wouldn't.
Is
know.
Leo trained in etiquette?
No, I'll ask her. I said, it says, oh, that's the correct way. Okay.
She says, look,
Like pure sincerity, very polite.
you all are a bunch of commoners. I get it. And
Yep, a bunch of commoners and Alister.
Alister's a very common kind of noble.
No.
Well, she'll actually look to Alister to reinforce what she's saying. She's like, there are laws that govern the Republic, and even nobility is bound by such laws and structure. But there are some houses you don't go to the back of.
Yeah, if she's Darkwood's kid, given what Darkwood did, I'm sorry, Leo, but you're just gonna have to show your ears.
The ceremony then goes off without a hitch, and the people who are receiving honors receive them, and she's inducted into this society, and she's going to be a thorn in Leo's side for the whole rest of the year.
Mm-hmm.
The only other thing that I wanted to get through tonight, we don't have to actually do a scene on it, but we have this sorry, my notes have completely vanished, and I'm trying to look into the book to see them instead. I should look at the spreadsheet that I have. That's what I should do. Yeah, here we go.
Spreadsheets are dangerous.
Geppa and Léopold have received positions on the Prismari Elementals, the Mage Tower.
Oh yes.
I guess like the varsity Mage Tower team.
I think that's what we went with, yeah.
So Mage Tower, as described in the book, is a kind of capture the flag thing, where instead of the flag, you're trying to capture the other team's little mascot guy. And I haven't finalized like an actual rule. I do want to kind of run it out, kind of have fun with it, but I haven't finalized that yet. But what I've decided is what they do during the matches is they put a kind of anti-magic dome across the field or across the pitch. And what the dome does is it doesn't actually nullify magic. Instead, it converts damage types and conditions to something non-lethal. So you can hit someone with a fireball, and instead of dealing fire damage, it just deals like sports damage.
Custard damage.
Pudding damage.
Pudding damage. So basically, the way these matches play out is they do kind of turn into no-holds-barred magic competitions, but the chance of anybody actually getting hurt it's no greater than getting hurt during like a sports ball match.
Okay.
Which I guess at a collegiate football level would still be like extremely and like unnecessarily high, but
They've cleaned up a couple of rules to make it a little better in the last couple of years, but yes.
Fair. So yeah, when we do get around to doing some Mage Tower stuff, the intention is that people will be able to sling the spells that they want. And they'll work as intended with the little asterisk that you're not taking real damage. If you drop to 0 hit points, you're just kind of carried off the field, and you just have superficial injuries, and you're just out for the rest of the game, basically.
I mean, my plan, I have a plan, like, for what we're going to do in the game.
Do you?
Okay. Yeah, I do. I have a run speed of infinity +1.
Right.
So
I think I can give you a long strider too.
Yeah, and Geppa can also just make the entire field difficult terrain, and I can ignore difficult terrain.
Yeah.
So Geppa just makes everything very difficult for the other team, and I just go get their flag.
Question.
Yes.
Don't you think the other team would have similar abilities?
We'll see.
This is what's going to make Mage Tower interesting, I think. All right. So we've got a proper start on year 2. When we come back next week, look at the time here. Do we have time to... Well, we're at 6:30. Do we have time to do a round of downtime actions? If you want to get some... Because it was my intention to get that tonight, and then I didn't realize how late we were running. But if we want to squeeze those in tonight, we won't have to open with them next week.
I could squeeze one in.
You want to squeeze one in? Okay. Why don't you take a minute to think about what you'd like to do? And I'm going to step away real quick and hit the head. I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
All right. What is the downtime?
Probably also think about blips while we got the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what I want to do for downtime, so if you want to talk blips.
Yeah, I think I know what I want to do for downtime too.
Same.
Where's the blips part of my sheet? Did I delete it? Huh.
What does anybody remember the rules for learning I'll have to ask Brickroad.
The out of class spell?
Yes.
It's a level higher. You have to have a slot of that level. It's DC 30 and it decreases by the amount you make. It decreases by the amount of your check, maybe -10 or something each time you make it.
I don't have
a total of.
It's moot. I don't have any spell slots.
Okay. I think you can still do something with it. You might like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that would work.
You could learn a level 1 spell once a day. It's like a third caster progression.
Oh, right. I remember that. Yeah. He said that. So I can look up fighter.
Yeah, you could look up long strider, expeditious retreat, or whatever.
I'm not gonna look up expeditious retreat because I can already do that.
Yeah, monks just.
You don't want an additional plus dumb?
I
it
can
takes
already
your bonus action. So.
Yeah, I can already bonus action dash.
But I mean, why not stack every bonus? 200
You can't
meters
take multiple bonus actions.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought expeditious retreat was just it added a 30.
No.
No. That's long strider adds 10 feet. Expeditious retreat lets you do bonus action dash.
I just received word that I'm having wings from Quaker Steak and Lube for dinner.
Okay.
Well, that's good news.
Y'all jelly?
Should you leave your wings?
Is that a high quality wing establishment in the Tampa area?
It's pretty good.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Then yes, I am.
Yeah, it's like 10 notches above something like a B-dubs, which is our closest wing option. And we're like, B-dubs though. It is about like a 30-minute drive, and I have to go pick it up. It's pretty far away, but I'm willing to do it. All right.
That's supposed to be those are some pretty good wings at that.
They're pretty good.
For 30 minutes.
They're pretty good. Well, it'll be 30 minutes there and back. Nothing's 30 minutes away. I live in suburbia. Anyway, I'm going to just go down the order here. What would Léopold like to do as a downtime action?
So just to verify, I can't, even though I don't have spell slots, I can learn a spell through the downtime action.
Yes.
Somebody mentioned that you said you follow the progression of third caster in that case.
Yes.
So I would be able to pick up a first level spell and be able to cast it once a day.
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay.
You learn a spell outside of your class's spell list. The checks work the same way as perfecting a spell, so it's a DC 30 ability check using your spellcasting ability. Eventually, you'll succeed on that roll, and when you succeed, you gain the spell. It counts as one level higher for you. If you don't have the spellcasting feature, you may use the spell once per long rest. Do you have spellcasting feature?
No.
So when you learn the spell, you can use it once per long rest. So you won't gain spell slots like a third caster would. Mm-hmm. You would gain the ability to cast this one spell once per long rest.
Yeah.
Is that what you'd like to do as a downtime action?
It's either that or... I would actually like to have a relationship encounter with Ollie. Actually, now that I think about it.
That's the worst idea in the world.
It is.
What direction are you taking her in?
Well, like Leo would actually like to be nice to her.
Yeah.
But the question is, yeah, how awful is she?
Well, let me put it this way. If you want to go up with her, well, you can. You can raise it if you want. I'm not going to restrict what you do, but probably that would reflect you like giving in to what she wants and her thinking of you as part of her like posse.
No.
I
will go up to her with the intention of trying to be like that, and then it'll probably devolve into like the sniping, counter sniping that kind of happened before.
Yeah.
And then like, yeah, situation.
So you're going down to a -1?
But I will also let her know that, like, that I still am her mentor.
Mm-hmm.
And if she legitimately does need something, please to let me know. But other than that, I'm sorry she lives such a sad, such a sad existence where she doesn't have real friends, and that she has to put people down to make herself feel big.
Okay, so you're going down Hate Fuck Boulevard.
No, not hate fuck. It's just,
But you want to go down to a -1.
Leo does not like bullies.
Yeah.
Like, I have like a list of things that like Leo does and does not like. One of the things he likes, by the way, are those little like strawberry candies that old people give.
Of course. Those are excellent.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And he absolutely cannot stand bullies.
So -1.
So I'm putting you at -1. Is that what you want?
Yes.
All right.
So,
what about Hugo?
The conversation.
What would Hugo like to do as a downtime action?
Treble kind of had the same kind of vibe that I'm looking for, except the opposite direction. Hugo wants to have a relationship encounter with Elegant Sumai.
Okay. How does that go?
In a positive direction, but I don't know how that would shake out exactly.
Your wish is my command, basically.
Seems that way.
Yeah.
She's a little more... I'll put it this way. Allie kind of gives off the impression of having a lot of power and social clout. Elegant Sumai gives off the impression of having that power and not wielding it as a blunt instrument.
Right.
So, but you want to go up to a 1 with her?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, she can't be mean to Hugo. That's like kicking a dog.
Yeah, Hugo's just our little puppy.
You can't kick.
Literally puppy love.
Be like literally walking up to a golden retriever who's just happy to see you, and then putting on your kicking shoes and kicking the dog. You can't do that. That's illegal.
Here's her biggest problem, Hugo, that you discover after meeting with her a few times and you work on her little presentation. Like, you can't just walk out there and do dancing lights. Everybody's going to do that, right?
Yeah.
Her biggest she has bodyguards on campus. You've never seen these men. To hear her tell it, nobody will ever see them until they're needed.
Oh, that sounds like a challenge. I got my hands full with one of those.
She does not admit this in clear, uncertain terms, and she would deny it if you ever asked her about it. But she would love to slip these bodyguards, even for just a few hours. These, like, ninja assassins who are never seen or heard, but always watching. And I bring you up to a 1 with Elegant Sumai.
Cool.
We could help with that.
Yeah, just
Like,
come with us on an adventure, right?
If there's one thing that the 4 of us can do is cause a scene.
Alister, what kind of downtime action would you like to have?
I don't know if I want to go to a 2 with Rubina or a 1 with Yvette.
Okay. So it's that either way, you're advancing the cause of your new acting guild.
Yeah.
Well, it's up to you.
I mean, Rubina is the one you're going to ruin her life when this whole thing fails.
Yeah, Rubina might be fun to take on adventures. We get a boon at level 2, right?
Yes, you would select a boon at level 2.
I'll take Rubina to a 2 for now.
Okay.
And hope we get a lot more downtime actions.
My intent is for you to never have enough downtime actions to be completely satisfied and do everything you want to do. Because to me, that's always like the quintessential idea of like an over put upon college student. Doesn't have enough hours in the day to go on the adventures and do all the extracurriculars. We've all played Persona. We know how it goes.
It entirely depends on your major.
So we can still say that for like you've coaxed Yvette into joining the club, just because she's kind of like you're her mentor and you're giving her good advice, and she didn't die from heat stroke. And you can either give me a boon, or you could, you know what? Why don't you think about it for next week, and I'll take down a boon for next week.
Yeah, it'll be some sort of social boon.
No problem. What about Genevieve?
If I maxed out Tempest at 3, would we as the party want to bring Tempest? I think she's a fighter.
Doesn't matter.
Tempest is a battle master fighter.
Okay. I have a backup plan, but if we would actually use Tempest, I will put her at 3.
Okay.
Well, it's going to depend on our class and stuff.
Yeah, I'll raise Tempest to 3.
Okay. Then I will make a note that she is.
And maybe she'll finally let me, like, figure out why her axe does what it does.
It's a sword. It's a great sword.
Oh, what happened? Okay.
Everybody just dropped out of tabletop.
Everyone did.
Yeah, okay.
We'll just it's fine.
Oh, it's great sword. Okay. Oh.
I think we lost.
Yeah, it's the Brickroad.
Oh no.